You said, just look at it, it's obvious. That is not going to win you a court case.
Okay, Booma, I told you before we are having a conversation. I'm not trying to beat you down. That's
No,
false. I'm not your enemy, Booma. I'm not
no,
your enemy. Okay.
no, but you didn't provide any evidence. That's all. So therefore, you haven't changed my view. So I still feel we did probably land on the moon. Anyway, such is life. You're entitled to your line of thinking too. I'm not saying you're wrong or you're evil.
Well, he's saying that trapped in a snow globe by Jews.
Yeah, I
Wearing
kind of.
jeans.
Yeah. You know the funny thing about Zionists, that just means Zionist Jews want a free state, i.e. Israel. Now, wouldn't it be better to be how they were pre-Israel and be in every country in the world? That would be more taking over the world that way, wouldn't it? Wanting your own free state is, if anything, it's counterintuitive to taking over the world. Don't you love a lack of evidence? But anyway, such is life. How we all
So,
been anyway?
Wait, even is the moon, yeah, on Jewish prison Earth? Is it a ball
thought-
and then you land on it? What even is it?
Hmm.
Lights in the sky. Jewish prisoners. I am curious, Ali, do you think satellites are real? I mean, do you think they are where they say they are?
Shari, repeat the question. I was looking to a video on YouTube.
Yeah. Do you think that satellites are real and that they are where they
Satellite.
tell us that they
Satellite.
satellites? Yeah.
Okay, let's simplify satellite. Satellite is just to understand it right. Satellite is basically a metals flying up in the space. Is that satellite?
If it's orbiting the Earth, yes.
Can someone mute Oblate? He's no.
I think Blake fell asleep.
Is snoring. Okay, so if you are asking if there is spaceships flying over the space, of course not, man. There is no such a thing.
Okay, so
Inshallah, they will get
one
it.
of those
Inshallah.
is it one of those space is fake general kind of position?
I've never been to. I have never exit the earth to say if the space is
But you seem
true.
to have an opinion.
Yeah, you can ask actually the Globers, the moon landing claimers. You can ask them if the space is true or not.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know what they're going to say. I mean, I am one. They would
Really
probably
quick,
say what
do you have to physically experience a thing to have knowledge of a thing?
I don't.
I was asking Ali, do you have to physically experience something to have knowledge of it?
Like Batman fly over.
No, I'm just saying, like you're saying, hey, like, how do we know there's no space? Because you're saying I've never been there, so I can't make that claim. My question is, do you have to physically experience something to be able to claim knowledge of that thing?
As a human being, and I'm gonna make it simple for you. As a human being, man, I can see the moon, I can see the sky, I can see the stars, sun. I can see them. Yeah, they exist.
Okay, and
So did I answer your question?
a bit.
Okay.
It's more of like you saying, like when you were asked about, hey, do you think there's satellites? And your response was basically, I've never been to space. I don't want to straw man you. Is that accurate? Like, I can't really say anything about this because I've never been to space.
Satellite. Uh, to be honest, man, and I'm not gonna lie to you, the satellite, like the one we saw in the movies and series, in the videos, etc., etc. That thing, I don't think exists.
Okay.
It's like someone copy paste a picture, guys. So make sure someone put a picture of the satellite.
But we can see them, the same as we can see the moon, like from Earth.
We can see satellite. I don't see any
Mhm.
satellite, man. I go up. Should I
If
go
you
up,
use a
guys?
telescope, if you use a telescope, you can. You couldn't. It'd be really hard to see with the naked eye.
Ooh,
I mean, you can see a light moving with the naked eye, but you can see the ISS, like people have photographed it traversing across the moon, for example, quite clearly.
So you would kind of make the claim that unless you've experienced it, then you can't say, "Hey, this is real." I can't trust my senses. For anything, I have to experience it.
hmm. Okay.
Like
So
you
it does
said,
sound like
you can see the moon, you can see the stars, you can see these things, but you're saying, hey, space might be a bit, iffy. Even though I can see it, I can't make any determinations upon it because we haven't been there, or I haven't been there, or
Thank
whatever.
you, Rennie. Rennie, thank you, man. So
But that's what
basically,
I found your argument
yeah,
perfect.
yes.
I found your
Thank
argument
you.
perfect. All right.
Yes, I can see the moon. I can see the sun. I can see the sky. I can see the planets. The planets. The planets. Sometimes you can see them. Okay. Uh,
But
I
but
can see them, but I didn't see any metal, flying metals, flying wings. I didn't see anyone walking in the moon. Of course not. But I can see the moon. I can see the sun, etc., etc. But I didn't witness anyone walking in the moon, or I didn't witness any metal. How you guys
well,
call
you
it in
you
English?
did on
That's
video.
metal in
metal.
You
satellite.
did on video.
Okay. What? What did you say? Video?
On video, you saw it, but you
Videos.
said that you
We
decided
are
it was a
talking. Yes.
fake.
He asked me. He asked me if I witnessed something objectively, something by my eyes, not a video.
Yeah,
So
sure.
basically, you have eyes. The eyes are the portal. The eyes are the portal of
I guess we have
space.
to go through it. So I've never seen Israel with my eyes, but I've seen it on video.
Subhanallah.
You are being silly by saying this.
Yeah, we're all being
Yeah,
silly.
and they call it Palestine, not Israel. Anyways, anyways, and by the way, this very land, guys, it's not for anyone. Yeah, it's for everyone.
Yeah.
That land, it's for everyone. It's free for all. Yeah,
Of
Why
all
free
the
for all.
things you said, that is like I completely agree with what you're saying there.
Thank you.
Of all the things, I'll agree with you on that. I really wish that would be the mentality of the people in that region. Um, but I can go down that argument hole with you. But just because you physically haven't been to the moon or physically haven't been to these places, you should be able to trust yourself and your senses and the things that God gave us essentially to be able to determine whether or not like the evidence that's being presented to you is I always use the word bunk, but it's credible or not. It's kind of what Boomer was saying earlier. It's like when someone says we haven't gone to the moon, and the argument they present, it's normally not it's normally not like really sound evidence to make that argument upon. It's a bunch of misunderstandings, a lot of happenstance. Um, like just what we were talking about earlier about like not being able to replicate the 1960s the 1960 technology very easily. Um, but I'm agreeing with what you're saying about how that lands for everyone. That's something I think I'd love more people to talk about and have opinions on as well.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to get me though with with the moon landing not being real. I'm gonna need a bit more evidence for that though.
Yes, yes. So basically, English is my second language.
Yeah.
I don't have the particular words to describe it in English, but I will try.
What's your
I,
first language?
it's Arabic,
Like Farsi?
Arabian language. No, no,
It's,
Arabian.
it, it- it's not Farsi.
No, Arabian language. It's
Oh,
the
okay.
Middle Eastern language. It's the language. It's the language of the Middle East. Yeah, the language
I thought
of
that
the
was Farsi.
prophets. Yes.
I thought that was Farsi. I thought that
No,
was the name. That's not the name.
the language of the prophets. You know the prophets, Prophet Abraham, Moses, uh, Jesus, Muhammad,
They
etc.
they spoke
Noah. Noah. Do you
they
know
spoke a
Prophet
different.
Noah, by the way?
I've heard of these guys. Yes, I've definitely heard of those
No.
guys.
They exist. They exist actually. So basically, if anyone is questioning the prophets exist.
But they spoke Aramaic though. A lot of them did.
It's
And you'd say,
they
I
they
mean,
lived they lived between us. They spoke Arabic, but you will not believe it. I know that you will not believe it.
no, I'm not. I'm not sitting here trying to. I'm just saying, from what my understanding is, during the time of Jesus, that area mainly spoke Aramaic. Um, during the time
This
of
is
Moses, that area probably spoke Akkadian. Um, during the time of that's just I'm just telling you my understanding. I'm not trying to be incredulous or anything.
yes, yes, I understand. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to correct
It,
something that already
it's
there is
just
too many people believe in it.
it's the same language as Muhammad. I'm just not sure about the other prophets.
Yeah,
Did you Google it down?
No, I just already know that I'm not going to give the Arab language to Jesus. Don't make sense.
Okay.
is your religion Islamic
Yeah.
or Sunni or Shia or another branch?
Sunni.
Okay.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Gabe Horn, are you Muslim by any chance?
No.
Okay.
What?
Are you saying these words to troll or to just say?
I'm saying it to praise God.
Yeah, just yes, thank you.
I inshallah instead of like God willing, I think
God
that's
will.
one of the
Yes,
it's one of the greatest forms of it I've ever heard,
yes.
but yeah, I don't think I could get a lot with Don. I agree with Don a lot. And I agree with him in this regard. I don't think Jesus's language was that of Muhammad.
It was Aramaic.
Yes.
It's
So
known.
basically, Muhammad, peace be upon him, he said, uh, Jesus, Jesus, peace be upon him, he
Hmm.
said he's my brother, and also about Abraham, Noah, etc., etc. They are brothers, all of them.
I've
They,
never understood in my life, like learning this. I've never understood why Western Judeo-Christian values were differentiated from Islam, because in the Jewish religion, Christ is, I think they say he's boiling in a pot in hell or some shit like that.
yes,
Um,
and yes, and also they say we are goyim, which is we are not humans. We are animals, and we should die, as they believe, and actually they are doing it. They are killing the goyims.
I was just making my claim. I'm not.
It's not.
uh,
It's not a
uh,
claim. It's not a claim. It's a fact. It's not a
I'm
claim.
just like that's what I'm saying. I was just making like I don't know enough to say like what a goyim is. I've heard it being used. I just don't know enough to say what one is or like how they're defined or
Well, it's
described.
every non-Jew.
I thought that was a Gentile.
Goyim's
Is
basically
that just the way the
a bad
Christians say
word
it?
for Gentile. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Kind of like Negro and the N word, I guess.
I
What?
guess
Is it Negro?
Be right back.
they're just goyim. I guess that would be how it's said. I don't know what other questions I've got. I guess if I was trying to be a psychotherapist, I'd say one day you'll be able to forgive the Jews and you'll just see them as bad people in general.
I thought goyim was like a seasoning that you put on ramen noodle or something.
Maybe it means something slightly different to Gentile.
Tomato, tomato.
But are you kind of here to highlight, the recent events in Israel and kind of say, you know, those are the types of things that happen when we have a globe Earth being taught as reality?
Amen.
Yeah, I don't. Like I said, I follow you on the all lands people stuff. Just need a bit more evidence, I think, for the moon argument.
Hey, listen. Good morning, everybody. How is it going in the world of science?
I'm good.
Yeah, reality's going great. Welcome.
Yeah, I'll be speaking to some astronauts on Sunday when I go there. I mean, I'm looking forward to that. Every time I go there, man.
Where are you going to?
Oh, I'm going to Cape Canaveral.
Awesome. Can you do a YouTube video on it?
It's like Disneyland for adults. Listen how excited they get.
Yeah, but I'm
Don't-
going to have to make sure
Don't
that my
waste your time, Radius.
face is not on there because flat
I'll
earthers
go
have been
to-
hunting me down
Yeah.
to.
Can you snap me a picture with Mickey, mate?
No, I don't think I'm going to go to. Well.
You're close. You're close to Orlando. Yeah.
He is
I'll be,
pretty-
yeah, I'm going downtown. I'll be downtown. I'm gonna hit the clubs and stuff, but that's pretty much it.
Who was saying earlier? It's like flat earthers going to Disneyland. People going to Cape Canaveral.
yeah.
Why is that?
I know I never said that, but I get what you mean by it. Well, actually, just going out in everyday life is like Disneyland for a flat earther because they don't believe fucking anything. Everything's fake.
Manipulated, or
Yeah.
Is this all because their parents told them that Santa Claus was real? They just never fucking got over that.
I think that may be the case because they always bring that up, don't they? They were lied to.
Yeah,
And
that's why I always ask.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I do think
never forgotten it.
when they first believe Earth might be flat, I might have been lied to about science.
Nuh-uh. Santa's real. You can track him on NORAD.
Then it reminds them of the Santa traumatic abuse that they had as a child, and that all comes
Yeah.
full circle and kicks in as a
So
schism.
we need to get rid of Santa Claus. Then we can get rid of flat Earth.
Yeah, maybe that is another way to deal with it. But no, we can't let us destroy our myths. We have to hold strong.
If you think of the letters involved, we could probably come up with an acronym, mix and match it with Easter Bunny, Santa Claus, Flat Earth, science is fake, the moon landings are fake, everything's fucking fake, and make an acronym for you cunts are fucking dumb as fuck.
Well, the acronym for Santa, you can make it
It's
Satan. And that's what I'm saying. You can make Satan an acronym for Santa and then they reject him in a second, you know?
Yeah.
I don't think we can stop it because the elites lie a lot about all different stuff like Epstein and other things.
Yeah.
I'd
So
love to
even
get
if
on
we-
that rabbit hole.
At this
Even if
point,
we
when
did-
you know I have been lied to about some things, the flat earthers just take it all away and say, must be everything.
And even if we did come up with a really good acronym to say that flat earthers are a very small portion of the population, which inherently makes them different, which proves evolution because they're a different breed of humans.
I've said that before. Yeah.
The CIA would intercept the acronym and change it to something fucking else.
It's discernment, man. It's just flat earthers' inability to discern properly, and you know, and we're not being disrespectful. It's just they don't have it, and they will forever be like this. I mean, we all went through Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny. We were children. We enjoyed the fun. As we hit a certain age, we're like, this doesn't exist. Some of us didn't even say it doesn't exist. We just knew it wasn't, and we behaved differently, right? We didn't have to advertise around the world that, hey guys, yo, Santa Claus not real. We just knew it wasn't as teenagers, and we started to have another thing that we worshipped, and that was the girls, and we moved on. You know what I mean? So
Actually, that's it. That's a
That's where
really
you
good
got
way.
stuck and never realized that the globe was part of all the rest of the deceptions.
Hang
You
on.
got comfortable and complacent.
Radius, that's a really good way of putting it because the flat earthers always bring up because of the lie that they claim and that our parents lied to us about Santa Claus. And you just said about being a teenager and realizing that that's not happening. That's not happening. But as a teenager too, with all the technology that we have, 2,000 years ago, we didn't have this. You can go outside and see the sun disappear below the horizon, appear above the horizon. Doesn't change angular size that much. It does because of the atmosphere, because you're looking through it.
You can use the technology to track Santa now and confirm it. Crazy.
If you're a paranoid, ignorant asshole and you still think that the Earth's flat, or you desperately want it to be flat, and you're still using Santa as an argument that there's a lie being told, that's the only reason.
No, it's not a lie. You can track him yearly with NORAD using this new age technology.
Did you not hear what I just said?
Fun. That's entertainment. Why can't you discern that? That's what I just said. You can't.
Exactly.
When you
can
saw,
track him. You said so. You're
when
saying
you
you can track
saw the
Santa.
NORAD,
Well,
No,
hold
it's
on.
a
You're saying you can
simulation.
track Santa across the globe and it's
Just
just
a
entertainment? That's what
simulation.
you're saying?
It's a simulation
it's
that
it's
NORAD designed,
purely entertainment.
programmers sat down and made it fun. Hey
It's
guys,
to make
if Santa existed, this is where he would be. That's what they're doing. We all have that
If
discernment,
Earth existed as a globe, this is
right?
where he would be, and it's
You
entertainment,
know,
right?
right? So
it's
no,
Yeah.
I didn't say
purely
Earth.
You're not
entertainment.
getting the point, even though you say
No,
it out
you're
loud
not getting the
yourself.
point. You're not getting the point. We all know that Santa is not real and it was entertainment value. We all know that, right? Here's something that we also know. The Earth, in order to really see the Earth like good curvature in your visual field, we know we have to work for that. So if you're interested in seeing the Earth curvature in your entire visual field, go study aerospace engineering, become an astronaut. We know that. We know that.
You know,
What
though,
do you
I've
mean you got
found
to work for it? I thought you could just go to the beach and watch the ships go over the curve.
Well, you can, but you don't believe that.
Oh, that
you,
doesn't
you
sound
don't
like work.
That's what
Which
they
one is
want
it?
Earth
Is
to
it
be
you
for.
got to go to work or do you got to just go to the beach?
Both.
Well,
Otherwise,
you
you get
can
off your
do that,
lazy
but
ass
you
and
don't
find
want to.
out. You could get off your lazy ass and find out, but you don't want to because you want people to do things for you. And that, buddy, ain't going to happen. And the sooner you realise that, the sooner you might do a thing called growing up.
It almost sounds
But
like
either
you
way,
guys can't
we're going to
distinguish
hit ourselves
between the
sorry
lies
for it
you're telling
because
on
you
which
are that
ones
way.
you believe and which ones you don't.
So
No,
what?
no,
So
no.
you're saying?
You can
Hold on. You're saying we're lying,
you have
right?
to dump on out. You have to dump on out. That's the problem. Because you need to dump on something means you're uncomfortable. I don't give a flying fuck that you are uncomfortable. And that's really obvious to all. And so maybe accept yourself. Thank you.
You're breaking up real bad, Boomer. We can't hear you.
So hold on. You're saying like the lies we tell, right? Like the thing is, it's like if I believe the Earth is a globe, and I'm doing it based upon my personal experience going around the world, and also the data that's been delivered to me. I'm not lying when I say I've flown around the world. I'm not lying when I say I've seen the moon landing videos. Why is it a lie when I'm wrong? Or
None of
if
those gave you the perspective to actually confirm the globe in space. You still have to have belief.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would almost say trust more than belief, because it's built on foundations of facts. Belief, you don't have to have any facts for belief. I think that's kind of one of the biggest problems with belief is it's not there.
You mean beliefs for facts? You said you don't have to have any facts for beliefs.
You don't have to have any facts for beliefs. Exactly.
Oh, but you just believe that it is what it is.
No,
And that's
like I
because you
said,
don't have facts, right?
no, hold on. Remember, I said trust. You have to remember. You have to hear words, accept words, and then not try to manipulate words to fit your
Trust
argument.
or
That's the
belief
first step.
or have
I
faith.
said trust. I trust the evidence that I've seen
Is trust more comfortable for you than belief? Is that what it is?
because beliefs don't need facts, and we're talking about facts. So why would I
Well,
talk about
trust doesn't
beliefs?
need fact. You can trust a faulty person that doesn't have your best interest.
That's why no one trusts
That's
you.
fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yes, I could trust a falsy person that doesn't have my best interest. Yes, but that has nothing. Like, what are we talking
And I
about?
think
Like,
that's what you might be doing under this whole globe deception thing.
so that okay, and that's what I'm saying. And as I remember the people who told me that it's a globe, I don't remember them trying to deceive me in
Those
any
same
other way.
people are telling you right now that you can track Santa across that globe with NORAD.
That's
You're
the
joking.
stupidest fucking argument a flat earther can
Are you
make.
being
Holy
a
fuck.
bit incredulous, or are you like being like real? Because it's kind
No,
of
it's
funny.
literal. Every year on the news, you can
Yes,
turn it
that's a
on and
joke.
they say
That's a joke. That's a joke.
He's
That's a
actually
joke.
he Fresh actually thinks this is tracking Santa's real. He's using
There's
it as
no
an
way.
argument. This is
Hold on.
fucking
There's no way.
crazy.
There's no way. There's no. Do you truly believe that you? Come on, dude.
Do you
Come
need
on.
clips of the news saying they're tracking Santa across the globe?
He's,
with
No,
NORAD?
oh my
seen
god,
it.
he's actually using it as fact.
So you know it's real then,
It's
right?
fine. Okay, so Mike, so I have a question really quick. Is Santa real?
I don't know. You guys tell me. You think you're tracking him across
No,
the
I'm
globe.
asking you. I'm asking
No
you
one.
to tell me your opinion. Do you believe? Oh, there we go. That word. Do you believe Santa is real?
I know Santa's not real.
Okay, and I think everyone on the globe side knows Santa's not real as well.
Right, but what you don't get is the rest of the presentation is a lie as well. You're just trying to find comfort instead of saying, "Oh, half of it's a lie. Only part of it's entertainment."
No, there are kids. You know what kids are, right?
Yeah, and you
Children.
guys are just grown adult kids.
Okay. Okay. But
You'll
so
never
that's
have
fine. That's fine. But that app is for children to entertain them. You get that, right?
The news is for children.
Oh my god.
Is it the news
he's
that
just gonna
you can track Santa with NORAD? Are the NORAD satellites for children? Or is the news? I'm confused on which parts for children you're saying.
Okay, hold on really quick.
You
can go
put
for it.
NORAD on TV. You put NORAD on TV with the Santa tracker to get the kids to go to fucking sleep, so you can have some nice time with your missus.
And that's why they play it on the adult stations, like the adult programs, which is the news.
Because it looks real.
Or do they have data
real
showing that lots of kids watch the news, and that's why they put Santa Claus on the news?
Did you hear what he said about putting them to bed? So what you do is you say, "Hey, kids, Santa's on its way. It's time to go to bed. Look, it's on the news. Look, they're showing Santa. It's time to go to bed. Santa
so
is
it's like
on
a
its
math.
way."
It's a thing on teaching you how to lie to your kids.
Oh my god, you!
We were talking about this earlier. Apparently you don't.
Well, wait. Okay, so let's start back. You asked me. I guess I didn't ask you because I assumed this, and it sounds still like you guys believe it and you use it to tell your children about. So, do you think Santa's actually real?
No one believes. No one believes what you're
you guys
saying.
just lie to your kids and say that he is, and it's time to go to bed.
I don't. I've never lied to my children.
You said that's what it was an application for.
But that's what people do with it. I've never.
But you personally.
I like my children to know that I work very fucking hard, and the shit that they get comes from me. I like my children to know that. And I like them to know that shit isn't free. And I like them to know that just because you wish on a fucking star doesn't mean you're going to get something. That's why I like that.
Yeah.
So that's why I didn't push Santa Claus. But other people have. Other people have. But we're explaining to you the practical use of the thing that you're trying to act as if like there's like a net. Never mind. You're trying to use the argument, and that's why I asked if you're trying to be incredulous, because it'd be kind of funny at that point. But you sound fucking serious. Like,
He must be fun at parties. Imagine him at parties. He'd be real fun. And that's why he don't get invited to any, I think.
Yeah, I know. And Renee and OK, I just want to ask Fresh, are do you actually know that there is a spinning globe in reality as it is that you're standing on, or are you just a contrarian, fucking narcissistic, paranoid, arrogant asshole that likes to argue?
Are those the only two options?
I know there was about 5 or 7 there.
It sounds like you're just painting your own personal preference, and I got to choose.
No, you just sound like a real fucking arrogant.
Because you lie to your kids about Santa and the globe, and I asked you about that. That's why.
But I don't lie to my kids about Santa, nor do I lie about the globe.
So I'm the narcissist and I'm arrogant, but you're practicing lying to your kids yearly, so they'll go to bed because you don't want to interact with them because you're a piece of shit.
Do you have kids?
No. Well, you're obviously proving that you don't have kids and you don't have a spouse that you want to spend time with, because it's not lying to your children. It's saying, here's a little incentive to go to bed and you get some presents in the morning.
Yeah, there you go.
Spend some
lie
time
to your kids, and if they
obey
the lie, if they go along with the lie, then they'll be treated. Good way to program your kids. That's a good brainwash.
Hang on, dipshit. You didn't hear what I said. I said, here's an incentive to go to bed, and in the morning you'll get some presents. I didn't lie. I didn't say go to bed.
Yeah, you lied. You said, here's the incentive. Go to bed because Santa's on his way and you're going to get some presents.
No.
You can't be awake when he shows up.
You literally did not hear what I just said. The whole thing about Santa is go to bed and you'll get some presents in the morning. And what do? You get some presents in the morning.
And you show them Santa. And that whole premise is that that's going to be who delivers the
you
presents.
dumb fuck. I could say,
Sad, dude. Why not just
I
tell
could
them?
say on
Why
any
have to use Santa?
dipshit.
Why not
Dumb
build a
fuck.
good relationship with your kids and be like, hey, it's time to go to bed?
But dude,
And then they'll
don't
obey
give
you
a
instead
shit.
of having to lie to them and be
Like, I
facetious.
literally just
And
told
then
you that's exactly what I did.
program them even further by showing this globe
And
and
you're
this
gonna
Santa, these two lies mixed together.
okay,
And you're like,
okay.
here,
remember
watch
earlier-
this,
You're gonna
look. And then they
program
see a visual of
your
it, a
children,
lie,
which you
because we both
probably
know
don't
that
have.
Santa's
You
not real.
probably don't
We
have a
both
wife
know
or
that you don't
girlfriend
have that reference
because of
frame
the
to even
way
see
you are.
anything from that perspective, let alone Santa or a satellite. So you're
Because
mixing
you're
Santa and the lie of being at
ignorant,
that altitude. You
narcissistic,
show the kids, look,
paranoid,
the globe's
ignorant
real,
asshole.
Santa's real. It's time to go to bed. That's
really
weird that
quick.
you admit that you do that.
Did you hear what I said to you? How I told you I have 3
No, I
children.
was talking. Were you guys interrupting me? I didn't
No.
hear it.
No, so I told you I have 3 children. I've never told them that Santa exists because I don't want them to think that you can just wish on a fucking star and you get things. I've never told them Santa's real, ever. So I said that to you. Remember earlier I said listen to words, accept words, and don't manipulate words. So now please frame your argument towards me for what you're talking about.
All right, well, you're the single cheerleader standing up in the room, but the rest of them are guilty as charged because they've admitted it.
I would honestly think a lot of the people on this side, like I said, one, can I ask you a question? Do you have children? Is my first question.
Of course.
You have children. You do?
I just said, of course.
Okay, I'm sorry. You cut out. Okay. If your child is in a grade, 2nd, 3rd grade, they have other young friends, right? Their parents could be telling them that Santa exists and all this other stuff, right? You want your kid to be that kid to be like, no, you idiot, Santa doesn't exist. That's how you want your child to exist.
Yeah, 100%. I want my kid to exist in reality.
So why do you teach them flat Earth then?
I don't teach my kids flat Earth. What are you talking about?
Do you say the globe is a lie, right?
The globe is a lie. I don't teach the globe.
If you want your children to exist in reality, it would be them living on a globe because that's where we live, on a globe in reality.
That's your preference. That's not
my preference.
That's not
reality.
how I see the
That's
world.
a huge difference.
So why should I choose
talking
to raise my kids the way you see fit?
I'm not saying you're telling us to raise kids the way you see fit about lying to them and all that other shit. Do you remember those statements you're making? Do you remember those? Do you remember those statements you're making? Do you remember those statements you're making?
Consensus that lying is a bad thing, whether it's children or to adults.
You do remember the
If you
statement?
want to argue that, then by all means, make lying a part of your personality and your lifestyle and justify it. It's all good. You do you.
If you're preaching flat Earth, that's exactly what you're doing. It's lying being a part of your personality
That's
and
your
lifestyle.
opinion. You think flat Earth is a lie, and I think Santa's a lie. You teach Santa to your kids in the globe, and I don't.
I don't. You remember? I don't. Remember? I don't. So that's the thing. You can't hear words. You can't accept information. I don't do that. You remember that? But you do confess that the world is flat. You make those confessions. Those are things you do, right?
Yeah,
so
that's
I can
a
actually make
confession
that
of mine, but it's not something I go preaching to my children to get them to go to sleep at night.
Oh, that's fine, and I'm not, neither is Santa nor the globe for me. I think we're in the same frame there. But like you said, you don't want to be a liar. Every time you say the world is flat, you're a liar. You know that, right? You lie.
Oh, he's not lying. He's just fucked in the head.
Well, it's not a lie because he,
In the
he
nicest
thinks it's
possible way.
true. He thinks it's true. That's why. So technically,
Yeah,
it's
he's
not a
not
lie.
lying.
He thinks it is true.
Right, and you guys aren't liars because you think Santa and the globe is real. So
See,
No one
fair
claimed
game.
Santa was real.
Santa's real, you stupid fuck.
No one claimed that.
What's the difference between education and indoctrination?
Could you imagine if flat earthers ran the justice system? All the evidence they'd be denying.
Oh my God, you could commit any crime.
Are you trying to defend the justice system right now as it is?
You could commit any. You could commit any crime and fucking get away with it. Sir, there's a murder. Were you there? He's innocent.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I always used to think of scenarios like a flat earther if they were the judge, and like CCTV footage from space, and a flat earther and the jury would be like, well, I wasn't there, so I didn't see him stab the guy
Anybody ever
75
seen
times.
Case dismissed.
See that movie,
Yeah.
Let's Go to Prison?
Yes. With Dax
There's
in
a
it.
scene in a courtroom. Yeah, and he's basically trying to fuck over his client because he doesn't want him back at the company. And there's a video footage of him, quote unquote, holding up a pharmacy. He's actually just panicking, trying to get a ventilator. What are they called? The
yeah.
Yeah, and he says, so you've seen Jurassic Park, and we all know that there's no dinosaurs, even though you've seen it in footage just like that. It's hilarious.
Yeah, that was a funny movie. Like when the guy got caught, he was like the judge, and he was like armed, like I think it was narcotics with intent to distribute. He's like guilty as hell. It's like if I just like negotiating and get in the same prison cell with the guy.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Like, does anyone else listen to 24/7 Flat Earth?
It's been a while.
I literally listen to it every single fucking morning on my smoko breaks.
Why would you do that to your liver?
Because it's fucking like listening to a fucking good comedy. I shouldn't laugh at people's mental health issues, but it's just getting beyond a joke. It's just getting beyond a joke. These fucking stupid cunts, I can't help but laugh. Holy fuck.
I'm more and more finding it more aggravating than funny lately.
I do. I talk out loud and say, "Oh, you fucking dumb cunts," especially when they talk about the atmosphere, gas pressure.
No, that's the Atmos. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, the Atmos, and I say it's the Atmos, it's the Atmos flat, you fuckwits.
Yeah.
Oh fucking hell, I love it. I fucking love it. But the sad thing is, it will come to an end in a few years. Like I've been listening to these fucking idiots for fucking 10 years now. They've proven nothing. The globe's been proven, what, fucking 90 times a year with SpaceX launches and ESA launches and everything. Every year 1,000 people going to Antarctica, and then the ones going to the Arctic. Like these cunts just want to hold on to the Earth being flat, and they keep saying, "But we all believed the Earth was a globe once." No, you fucking didn't. You were taught it at school, but you never understood it. And if you understood it, you wouldn't be a flat earther. It's not science and rockets.
Yeah, it was kind of my question to Fresh: the difference between education and indoctrination. Like, because you often hear that levied against Globers that they just believe something with no basis, and that we're all just indoctrinated. We'll believe whatever the priesthood, quote unquote, says. But I've never really gotten a clear answer on how they make that distinction between one model and the other, or the validity of one against the other.
Get on a 10-hour plane flight. Yeah, there's your basis right there. Use GPS satellites data. Yeah, there's your confirmation right there. You look at your weather satellite photographs. Yeah, more confirmation. Yeah, look at sunrise, sunset, eclipses, tides, star trails, both poles. The fact that there is a South Pole. And if you're going to deny the existence of the South Pole, then I don't know how to deal with that much denial of simple reality.
Exactly, man.
I know that. You know.
I can't understand how there is so many Australian flat earthers. Like they're in the southern hemisphere. They can literally, they're the same latitude as me. Like 1 month ago, it was dark here sunset was 5:05 p.m. 1700 hours. Now it's 5:30. 4 weeks later, we're coming into the southern summer. How the fuck can you live in Australia and be a flat earther? It's just fucking mind-boggling. That's why there's about, oh fuck, I don't even know. I think they had a New Zealand flat Earth conference and there was about 3 people there. There's a video on
Dave
YouTube
Weiss,
and even Mark Sargent showed up on a teleconference.
Dave Weiss said it. Dave Weiss laid it right out there. He goes, if there's a flight from New Zealand to Santiago that only takes 12 hours and it's all over water, yeah, case closed. And yes, there is the Qantas flight, 2728 round trip, been scheduled for over 25 years, routine flight, several times a week. Yeah. What more do you need? What more do you need than when Dave Weiss said, this is sufficient proof for me, and yet it exists. And he said that while that flight was in the air.
you got QF-27, you got QF-28, you got QF-63, QF-64, you got LA 801.
Or the best one, QF4, or the best one, QF14, Buenos Aires, Darwin. Buenos Aires, Darwin nonstop.
Oh shit! Here's
the same thing about the 24-hour sun. Like, if this thing exists, then that's it for everything. Admittedly, not everyone said that. But did say that. Still continued afterwards. Okay, there is one, but who knows what it is? Blah blah blah.
Yeah. Okay, there is one. Yeah, there is one, but we still have orbiting satellites, successful navigation for centuries. Every geodetic, every industrialized country for the past, several centuries, geodetic surveys. Oh yeah, how did they figure out where Mount Everest was in 1870?
Yeah, and
you love that word, we.
Yeah, I'm a member of the geodetic profession.
And the one I love about we and the GPS ground positioning system. Why hasn't a fucking ship run into a fucking buoy in the middle of the fucking ship that's in a grid pattern instead of the fucking satellites above that are just doing their fucking thing in geostationary orbit?
Well, GPS satellites are not geostationary; they orbit, and the antenna on the aircraft, and the antenna on the aircraft is on the top of the aircraft. I wonder why that is.
There's I don't know why or how that is, but there must be a reason for it.
It bounces off the ionosphere?
It's not science and rockets. No, it bounces off the flatosphere, off the ground stationary.
No, it'd be the firmament
that are in the middle of the ocean.
Well, we have the word firmament. Well, no, because the firmament, there's been no demonstration of a firmament.
Right, it'd be the ionosphere.
Ionosphere. Yeah. Fuck, we forgot about that.
But you haven't proven the firmament, so it must exist.
I mean, guys, there is a firmament. Come on. How else could you have air pressure next to a vacuum? Think about it.
Exactly. Wow.
I wouldn't mind asking a few of you guys about compasses and stuff like that, because that's one I really don't know too much about it. I know a little bit about declination, but how does a compass work in the south?
It works like a compass does.
So they have digital.
Anyone would respectfully, I could do anybody but Jazza. No offense, Jazza. I think you're probably a bit drunk, but yeah, if anybody else wants to help me with that, that'd be great.
So I have a video that I have a video that I can share with you with a gentleman that's using different compasses in Antarctica. You can check that out.
Can you just like summarize basic? Because my lack of understanding, let's just say that, does the north side of the needle, the red side, the red bit of the needle, does that suddenly become the south? You see what I'm saying?
So the needle on it. So you couldn't use like a regular compass because the
Right.
needle's going to point down towards the ground. So it's not really
Well,
useful.
no, it's a regular
You have to use-
compass. Yes, it's still a regular compass, but it needs to be balanced for latitude because
Yeah, correct.
the needle aligns with the magnetic field lines.
Yeah.
So the red
So it's
always
gonna-
points to the north, and the other side always points to the south, as long as it's balanced for your latitude. Because at the equator, it's an easy balance, but when you get near a pole, you get a magnetic dip. Because when you get
Yeah.
right to the South Pole, that needle wants to stand straight up.
Right. I know I've seen a video of a guy stood in Antarctica holding I think he was just holding a regular compass and it was just going all over the place. It was sort of just going round and round sort of thing. So
Yeah.
he gave the explanation that there's sort of there's a true north and a geographical north or something like that, isn't there? There's two, and
Well,
he
that's
said
different.
it was going in between the two or something like that.
Right. Well,
No,
you
that's
see,
you're talking about.
the magnetic poles are a geological feature and that's why the magnetic declination does have significant variation when going along a meridian. So yeah, the magnetic compass is not a geodetic instrument.
I just posted a
There-
video.
There is a south magnetic pole though, right? Is there? I mean,
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
and
To
it's near
me,
Australia.
right.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
in the water.
Australia and South Africa. It's closer to the east coast of South Africa.
And
No.
technically,
South.
the South Pole
I
is
thought
the
it's just. I
magnetic
thought it's
pole.
just. I thought it's just south of just southeast of Australia.
No, I think it's more towards South Africa when I last looked. But you can have a look at the magnetic field lines of the Earth and see where it is. But that's where the magnetic variation comes from. But you can have a look on a map, on any topographical map, aeronautical ones from any year. It only changes by 0.1 degree per 5 or 6, 10 years. It's very small. Like you have a look at a 1/250,000 visual chart map on anywhere in the southern hemisphere, and it has the variation at the bottom left of the map. It'll be 20. If you look 10 years ago, it'll be 22.1 degrees or something.
Well, the magnetic South Pole is 64 degrees south latitude and 135 degrees east longitude.
Which is
And that's and again, all that magnetic variation, that's why marine shipping since about 1910 has been using gyro compasses
yeah,
because they get a true north based on the rotation of the earth regardless of any variation with magnetic. The only reason the magnetic compass was been used at all is before sophisticated, mechanisms to deal with true north. And if you're dealing with a sextant and you got clouds, knowing magnetic declination, a magnetic compass, gives you a pretty good indication. But yeah, if you're dead reckoning with a compass, 150 years ago, yeah, if that's your only tool, you're going to be a hurting pup. That's why you augment that with sextant observations.
Shubo, that was an awesome thing you just said, because you said about the compass, and instead of saying dipshit, we should say to flat earthers when they bring up all this sort of shit, we could just say sunk ship. Because if they're going on what they're going on, you're a fucking sunk ship.
And you hear a lot of these little, completely misguided arguments about magnetic north and magnetic south, as if that means, it's virtually meaningless when it comes to precision mapping, precision navigation. It's not, it's like plan B or plan C if you have, a failure with any of your other systems, like the gyro compass. The gyro compass is, particularly adept at finding north because the Earth rotates. And finding north and finding south is the same thing.
Yeah, I'd say one of my weakest subjects is essentially just traveling. Generally speaking, my geography, my navigation, anything like that, I'd be terrible at. You don't want to be giving me the sextant. Let's put it that way. But I have a little idea of the sort of base principles, but doing it in real, IRL, that's something completely different, isn't it? I mean, I always think you need experience with something like that to talk. Apparently, flat earthers don't, but I think generally speaking, most people should have experience when speaking about, say, celestial navigation, something like that.
And you don't have to go that far back to when a ship leaving San Francisco bound for Hawaii was entirely dependent on its celestial navigation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they didn't get to Hawaii by luck. And they didn't get to Hawaii by anything a flat earther has to insist is or isn't happening.
Well, to be fair though, you could easily make the argument that they were doing before they knew the Earth was a globe. They were still doing that, wasn't they?
Well, not really, not really.
Yeah.
No,
Hey,
they were
Sean,
hugging.
Sean,
They were
hang on a
hugging.
sec.
They were
Hang on
hugging
just a sec.
coast.
Sean, room's maxed out.
Oh,
What's this?
Is it?
Sean's
Damn,
sharing his.
I told him that it wasn't 25. I guess I didn't count correctly.
Okay, we're going to have to evict a few people so Sean can put his camera back on.
No, he'll be fine.
Oh, we can take a poll.
So, did anyone catch the celestial theodolite update yesterday or last night?
Over in Earth Awakenings?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I saw some of it.
Yeah, the questioning at the end where Electric Jesse was questioning why they considered curved visual space on the initial observation with the theodolite to make the mountain work. But now they're just using timing to get angles and not doing actual observations. I don't understand how they confirm any of these angles of elevation if they're not looking at it through a theodolite. But
It's worse than
anyway,
It's worse than that. It's worse than that because they're adding time corrections. So the only observation they really have is a time of the occlusion of the star, and then they're adding a time correction to get the angle they want.
It's just, and then they just go straight to stellarium to get the angle, right, or something like that.
Yeah, they're taking stellarium. They're saying stellarium has, incorrect times. They correct the times until they get the angle they want. Yeah, it's like now I've just recently, last fall, measured an array of zenith angles to stars, and I agree with stellarium down to, a few arc seconds, which confirms my position, which was determined from celestial navigation, which confirms my angle measurement down to a few arc seconds, confirms my UTC timing to the arc second, confirms my methods, procedures, and observations, and I have no corrections. I measure the angle, record the time, go to stellarium, and stellarium says, I'll bet you read 12 degrees, 13 minutes, and 40 seconds. I go, oh, Yeah, I got 12 degrees in 36 seconds. Okay, 4 arc seconds. Shit, that's like the width of the crosshair on my instrument.
You see, I
Yeah, but
think
how do you know that's not just confirmation bias?
Yeah, I do know that's not just confirmation bias because it's been that's been the standard navigating, in geodetic astronomy for centuries. So if
you
confirmation
see,
bias is successful technology by every industrialized country for the past several centuries, and aircraft in navigating, ships navigating, maps being made, infrastructure being, large area infrastructure like hydroelectric dam. Yeah, we got all that. There's no possibility of flat Earth has no contribution. And what I don't know what the hell's going on when they say, when they have all this working technology surrounding them. If they want to deny that there's orbiting satellites, they want to deny there's a South Pole, that level of denial of reality is just too weird.
yeah, in the beginning, right when they finished their presentation, I was asking them about where the star goes once it's occluded, and they were trying desperately to get off that subject. I was like, "Oh, can we talk about something else?" Like, no, well, I mean, what happens to the star once it's occluded? Once it goes past the mountain, where does it go? Apparently, it
Well, it
goes
just yeah,
negative
it keep
coordinates.
yeah
Negative
the
coordinates.
star yeah the star keeps going. The star doesn't care or anything about the mountain. The mountain doesn't affect the star at all. It's
Right,
just when they can no
right.
longer it's that instant they can no longer see it. Stellarium, agrees, and then but they have a preconceived flat Earth angle, and that doesn't agree. So they make half of these tiny little corrections. The most prominent one is they're altering the times to get the angle they want. When you look at his
Right.
his spreadsheet where he's got a graph showing the agreement, and there's a across the middle he has a blue line, which is like absolutely static. It's just one constant smooth line. And he said, even at 100 kilometers, they're confirming the elevation of the mountain to within a meter. Now, I call bullshit. 100 kilometers away, and they're making a timing, a pretend timing of the occlusion of a star, the setting of a star, and confirming an elevation of terrain to the meter.
Yeah, I don't think so.
And they didn't like, and they I don't know if it's still currently, but one of his like update 6 or something, he didn't like the azimuths of stars, so that's another reason why he was dicking around with the times to get the azimuth he wants. I don't know. When I measure azimuth to stars, I get again very high compliance, arc seconds. And so I
Yeah.
like
So
I like celestial theodolite in concept because I said, well, if I make all these measurements, how can I check them? Well, let's just go to stellarium. Wow, stellarium predicted all the angles I just measured to within some
right.
tolerance. Okay.
So Stellarium is definitely accurate according to them.
Stellarium, Stellarium, U.S. Naval Observatory, UK Hydrographic Office, all of them, all of them. It's exactly the same ephemeris on all platforms, and I don't use Stellarium. I was just checking with Stellarium to see the Stellarium and the U.S. Naval Observatory and the National Geodetic Survey agree, that make sure the Stellarium is not in any way, shape, or form different than any other source.
Yeah. I even checked. I think I'm not sure if I told you the other day, but I even checked because you can find satellites like Starlink satellites on Stellarium, and you can check the location of satellites on another website showing the location, and it's exactly in the same location as it is on Stellarium.
Well, what's his face just last night photographed the ISS? How do you do that? It's moving so fucking fast. And he did it with his big fat telescope, and he has a big fat ISS. that requires the same sort of information of azimuth, altitude, and time to snap that photo.
Who did that?
Oh, I don't know. What's his face? Who's always putting up his? Is it Seafoam?
Oh, Seafoam. Okay.
He put it up last night, damn near real time.
Yeah, but the ultimate question remains that I was trying to get them answered. Where did the star go when it's occluded?
It just
And
keeps going.
Alan did say that it continues on its path. I'm like, okay, well, all right then. If it continues on its path, then 6 hours later it's below me. Oh no, those are just negative coordinates. Okay, so where is the star physically? Where is that star? Did it go below the horizon and go to the right? Is it
I'm
physically
having
below
an
me?
issue.
Where is it?
I'm having an issue when you say negative coordinate of a star.
Yeah, because it can't be below us physically. To them, it can't be.
No. Just the simple thing. What is the negative coordinate of a star? I want to
Right.
hear what metric are they calling it out in meters?
So I'm guessing that once it gets to zero, it goes -1, -2.
How did it? Okay, when does it ever?
But
When is it at zero?
right, but that's is it physically there, or is it somewhere else?
Again, star coordinates. It's like right ascension, declination, Greenwich hour angle, and zenith angle. Yeah, where's the negative coordinate? Now, if you're going to deal with vertical angle, yeah, vertical angles will go negative as it goes below below the horizon to where it's a negative vertical angle when you can no longer see it.
Right. So the crazy thing is, right, that because it's kind of like a self defeating thing, because some flat earthers, they'll say, well, we can't rely on Solarium because we don't know the actual position of the star, right?
There
But they're
again,
saying they actually saying they know the position of the star. So which one is
well,
it? Do we know? Does Stellarium tell us the physical position of the star, or is it not actually there? Which one is it?
if points of light in the sky are now acceptable to prove the shape of the Earth, then we're good because they have no method of navigation that doesn't. They can only pretend they're using flat Earth flat Earth bullshit as is like in Dave Weiss's app. It's laden with things like haversine and Earth radius.
Okay, I'm back.
If they're getting distance, if they're getting distances off Google Earth, we're done.
Yeah, I did. I asked that question too. I said, where are you guys getting the distance? He was smart enough to not say Google Earth.
But then
He
he
said,
wasn't smart enough to tell you how he got the distance.
he literally said the haversine. He said I forget which website he said. He said, I
Yeah,
think he said NOAA and the haversine. I was like, oh, okay.
yeah, Go using NOAA's. NOAA has a site where you key in a pair of latitude longitudes, and it will give you the geodetic distance between them. Yeah, by Vincenti Geodetic Formulary. the premier WGS 84 ellipsoid formulary.
Yeah. So I'm guessing we're definitely going to see another update 13.
Wow, and I was looking at the comments on Ruhiv's. He posted some last night, and shame he is quadrupling down. I mean, he's just going deeper and deeper and deeper, and it's just you've got to be fucking kidding me.
Well, what's Ruif doing?
No,
Rui put up a video last night. and he talked about this time correction, the fudge factor.
The fudge factor, and then I think he
What
showed that
what's he
even if
doing
you
wrong?
change the fudge, even if you change it, it doesn't really make much of a difference if you change it or something like that.
Yeah,
What was your question,
they
Andy?
completely, yeah, the fudge factor is to add a value that gets the angle they already want. Because apparently stellarium's time must be wrong. And they're talking, significant amounts. If you're dealing with more than 3 or 4 seconds of time, that's a lot, but they're dealing with tens of seconds. It's ridiculous.
I think you perhaps need to explain this for the layman,
And that's
For
the
the-
problem. Like it's such a convoluted process that not a lot of people can understand it.
I,
but-
I'm just now kind of understanding it a little bit.
I'm pretty sure that the major selling point for it is that they think it's too complicated to engage with. Which is why when Jesse does it, they're not real happy with that.
Yeah, because it's really so fucking simple.
Well,
I put on my theodolite. I measure the angle to the star, and pretty low elevation star, and I look at stellarium. Go, stellarium, what angle do you think I would have been reading? And I agree, but that's not what they're getting with this celestial theodolite bullshit. And quite often, I talk about some of the measurements I've made. Oh yeah, has it been checked? How do you know? Has it been certified? I go, okay, let's just go to other softwares. Oh, look at that. I find agreement all over the place because I have proper equipment and experience, and with proper equipment, yeah, you can't fuck that up. They're not using proper equipment. They're timing they're using the time of occlusion and then disregarding that time.
So your main objection is the timing? Is that it?
My main objection is what he's doing with the timing. He's disregarding it because he's adding the column J in the spreadsheet to get the angle they want.
And my main objection is that they're ignoring the fact that the star can be tracked all the way until it rises again.
What's that, Meatball? Say it again.
I said my main objective is that if they're using stellarium and stellarium is correct, then they have to agree that the star can be tracked all the way under my feet until it rises again.
Gotcha. Okay.
Object permanent.
And I think that's why some of the flat earthers have a problem with it because I know Jeremy was saying, we don't know the actual position of the star, but they're claiming they do know the actual position. And then if we do know the actual position, okay, then we know the position of the star when it goes, behind the mountain and continues on its same path.
Yeah, we know the position of the star every second of every day, regardless of visible or not.
Well, if you know the position, then you know how far away it is, right?
Now, by position, we're talking
irrelevant.
angular position.
It's GP.
Right. Okay.
And which comes from right ascension, declination, Greenwich hour angle. Yeah.
It seems to me, I mean, like, I've never seen a video, for instance, of somebody at the North Pole with Polaris right above them. I've never seen that.
Yeah,
there's a difficulty.
You have to be in the water.
Yeah, there's a difficulty because there's no land there. So you have to be aboard a ship.
Right. Okay. That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And
even if you're there, she will. Polaris is not going to be directly above you. It's not at the pole.
Yeah.
It's
just
close.
Just like the star trails we get from anytime we observe star trails of the North Pole. It's just the camera's not looking straight up because you have to be at the North Pole, and you're going to either be on an ice sheet in winter, and nobody wants to do that because there's no support there.
Yeah, Polaris makes a little tiny circle. It's about what 7/10 of a degree off or something like that.
And what's even worse is that there are star trails at the South Pole, looking straight up.
Okay, okay. But
Yeah. So
guys,
yeah. So there are star trails.
what about the moon? What about the moon? I hear guys you've been to the moon.
What about the moon?
That's a different. We're changing the subject now. I mean, if you want to change
Yes,
the subject, that's fine. But we were kind of in the middle of something.
We were talking about the moon earlier.
Okay.
What's wrong with the moon now?
We haven't been to the moon. The moon landings were fake.
Yes, yes. What else?
Even though,
What else we said?
even though we have pictures from the LRO of the landing sites.
Oh, I have
Yeah,
evidence
yeah.
actually. I have evidence of the moon landing. Let me paste it.
Okay.
Copy paste.
Now you just have to claim that the pictures of the landing sites are somehow fake.
This is a bit off topic, but it's to Andy. The video I sent you the other night, you're 100% right. It's dangerous.
Yes, yes. So basically, if you look at the side chat, you can see the evidence of the moon landing. Indeed, you can see it.
Yeah, that's really cute.
I'm getting.
That was funny.
trolled by
That was
it.
good. That was funny. At least it was funny. At least it was funny.
No hate,
At least,
no hate.
no hate. At least it was funny. At least it was funny.
Oh, this is when they were testing the rover. Good picture. That's actually evidence for the moon landing, if you think about it.
Have you guys seen Dustin address the NASA scientists about the moon and the rocket and the fuel? Have you guys seen that?
I would love to see
I
it.
haven't.
I would love to see it.
Well, you can Google it. Smarter Every Day. He addresses NASA and he tells them, look, I mean, in order to reach the moon, you had to have made like 8 or 9 refueling. Like you have to have a base in orbit and you have to like do 8 refuelings. You
I don't
guys seen
think
that?
so, man. No, that's not true
no.
because they don't fire the rocket the entire time. Is that what you think?
No, that's not what I think. Don't tell me what I
Okay.
think.
Okay.
Answer me if you saw the video or not.
No, go ahead,
No.
post it. I'll look at it.
No, post the video.
I'll try to find it, Blue, and you guys are going to find it very interesting.
Indeed, of course, of course.
I suspect first law for.
Good evening, Ali.
Good evening. Is it morning for you? It's morning indeed.
Yeah, it's morning.
The moon is flying over you.
Ali, do you speak Pashto?
Sorry?
Do you speak Pashto?
I didn't understand. I speak English and Arabic.
So I posted the video, guys. If you're interested, have a look.
Yep, I'll check it out.
This Dustin is one smart, freaking humble dude.
I understand. They're gonna kill him one day. They're gonna kill him for doing this video.
Well, I was thinking the same thing, but his father is a scientist there, so he's pretty safe. And the way he did it, he's like quite humble. You'll see what I mean. Like he tries not to embarrass them too much. You seen it, B-Ball? So what do you think? Yo, B-Ball, you there?
Okay, Rennie, are you here by any chance?
I'm still here. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, yes.
What's up, man?
Do you wanna continue the conversation if you want?
Which one was that one? Was the Zionist
We
one?
was
Or
in the German scientists at that point.
yes, we're
Yes,
at the
of course.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
okay, so basically, I'm trying to build a bridge, a golden bridge. Hopefully, this bridge is gonna help us, benefit
Mhm.
us. Okay, so the German scientists, they are Zionists. They are Zionists by the ideologies. You know,
Mhm.
these scientists they made NASA,
Okay.
etc. So that's my point. I would love to know what your comment about it.
So I don't believe that the German scientists were Zionists in that regard. Um, I don't think NASA was formed under that guise. Essentially, my evidence is basically the multitude of people they hired, the multitude of people that work there, currently work there, different faith, different religion, different everything. Um, uh, I don't I can't really
Mm.
build the bridge for Zionist NASA. I've heard
You can.
Nazi NASA. That's easy to build. A lot of the people there, came from Germany, but
But
I can't really get
the thing
the.
is, yeah, the thing is, it makes sense. It makes sense indeed.
Yeah, no, like I said, we were talking about it earlier. I would counter the argument with the number of people that like are there currently and in the past, and the majority of them don't. I'm sorry, a lot of them don't even share the Abrahamic religion. But I hear your argument, and I understand your positioning.
Yes. Yes.
I hear it and I understand it. That's for sure.
I will try hard to collect enough evidence
Okay.
and continue in the future, maybe.
Yeah. No. It's conversation, and thank you for coming and having it.
Of course.
It was a good one. We were trying. I don't think anyone was yelling at each other or anything. So maybe one day you can change my mind, or vice versa. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Inshallah.
Inshallah, yes. If God wills.
God wills it, exactly.
I made an experiment. I made a statistics experiment. Uh, I found thing actually. I had a result, and I would love to share it with you guys. All of the flat earthers, all of them are non-atheists.
Flat earthers?
All of the flat earthers, they believe in God.
I would say a lot of flat earthers believe in God. I would agree with that.
All of them, maybe 99%, maybe 99.
There's one. I mean, I don't want to speak for him, but I've heard of a few that don't have the same kind of views. But I would say a lot of flat earthers have a religious orientation. Why do you think that is?
Which means, let me tell you why. Which means there is two teams here. There is the good team against the bad team. Goodness against badness. God, God against devil.
And if you frame it like that, it's kind of,
It is
I've kind of seen the devil. I like when people say good and evil, right? It's a bit subjective, and I've kind of normally seen evil used for things you don't like. You just don't like them, so they're evil. I've seen that pejorative more than like actually seeing what evil is. It's but yeah, I wouldn't frame it as good or evil. I really wouldn't. I think it's just two counter opinions. Some people are basing their beliefs of something off of dogma and instead of science. I don't think science is the anticipus of God. I think God gave us science to understand Him and His functions in the world better.
Yes.
But I don't. As I'm saying, I wouldn't frame it as good v evil. But I could see I could see how you get there.
Thank you. The God gave us the knowledge, the science to use it to benefit ourselves and benefit the communities. Yes.
Yeah.
Of course. And we appreciate it. Indeed, we appreciate it. And whoever educate himself and keep doing the research, we appreciate him. We thank him. But don't go over the limits. Do not go over the limits and say that I am the science and I've been to the moon. No. No, that's false.
Yeah, and like we were talking earlier, it's about the amount of evidence that I have or was presented to me because I haven't been there. I could never fit on a ship to get to the moon. I could never go to the moon. I could never physically go myself, so I'd have to trust like what it is. Very similar to race cars. I love race car driving. I'm a huge F1 fan. I could never fit in an F1 car. So for me to sit around and say, hey, I mean, in theory, I know how to drive a car. I know how to do panel shifting. I know how to shift gears. But for me to sit there and like make a definitive claim on something like that I could never physically do, it'd be a bit incredulous. And I get what you're saying on that when you talk about like have we physically been to the moon and things like that. But it's like I said, there's a data set that's been presented to me that I believe. I trust that these individuals have given me this data not to manipulate me, but to educate me.
Yes. I am pretty sure there is someone who wants to share his idea, who wants to add a comment. I see down in the side chat.
Yes, hello, thanks.
Typing, what you need to say. Tell us.
Do you believe it's possible for someone to land on the moon in secret?
Repeat the question, and your voice is very low.
Oh, this is the best I've got. I'm clipped.
Yeah, your mic is fine. I don't know what he's talking about. Your mic's fine.
But maybe you're on bad headphones. Do you think it's possible if for someone to go to the moon and land on it secretly, but not tell anyone?
Yes.
Wow, what that my clever question worked.
Are you asking if anyone did that landing
Yeah, so now I'm going to ask: have the NASA and the Germans and the Jews gone to the moon in secret? Is that possible?
in secret?
Yeah, maybe even they took some Arabs.
Maybe they did some video clips in some desert.
No, I'm talking in secret, so no one would know. I'm just asking: do you think that's possible for someone to build a craft, go up there, and land on it?
Well, with such achievement, of course you're gonna share it, and you will give evidence for
Now, the
that.
question is: do you think it's possible for someone to do it? Full stop.
No, no,
So you're saying no to secret moon landings?
because it's something impossible.
So then, my question. That's where it's going to lead. Why can't we fly a craft up there and land?
Down. Continue typing because I don't understand you. Continue typing, and I will answer your
What
question.
the? Oh, maybe it's just my sort of mumbly Norfolk accent. I'll type it out.
Okay. 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 Yeah. You can't. You can't. You as a human being, you have a limit. You will pass away uh, while you flying up.
Okay, so you're going with something like our friend Jin, that space is deadly and it's impossible to go up there?
Deadly. We can't say deadly.
Well, you
We can't
just
say.
said the human can't go.
Maybe some miracle. Maybe some miracle. It's like the miracle which for the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. He got to the space, to the moon, to the by by a miracle.
By
And
miracle.
actually, Jesus Christ, he's up up in the skies. Yeah, it's by miracles, only by miracles.
Didn't
Unless
Mohammed split the moon?
split.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't
No,
necessarily go
it
up
wasn't
there.
by. It's not by Muhammad. It was by the God.
By
Uh,
Allah, yeah. I was going
but
to correct you
Muhammad,
on
peace
that.
be upon him, he told us 1,040 years ago. We know it that the moon is split.
Yeah, so no man has to go up there, they just, God just decided one day to
Only
split
by
the moon.
miracles, only by miracles, only by the permission of God.
It's not, no. Okay, you're saying it could be possible if God allowed the miracle.
Yes.
All
So
right. And I'm
basically
asking
about
why? Why can't we?
you can't. Just take it as that,
Yeah,
man. You
why?
can't unless you want to go against God and you say no. How you they reject me to go to the moon? I will go. Uh, I will go. I will go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, so I've watched a
Shoot
few
him. Why you
I've
don't
watched
shoot him? Shoot the God.
hey, I've watched a few
Bomb him like
films.
a Zionist. Go
I
bomb
watched a
them.
few films, yeah. I watched some films and I heard about Jack Parsons and he was convinced we could fly up to the moon. So I'm asking you, why isn't that possible?
Based on my beliefs, uh, you can't. You can't. You can't.
Okay, it's fine.
Very
You're
simple. You
gonna
can't.
go with you're not sure why, but you just know you can't.
I don't know whether you're trying to go, but like simplify it, man. Just be honest and tell me the the real question. What you want to ask?
Well, no, my point is now you haven't got a good reason to deny moon landings in general, except you think they faked one of them. Because Islam tells you it's a real object that can be split. And then Jack Parsons tells us we can use rocket fuel to fly up there. And then somewhere in the middle, you've said it's impossible.
You need a miracle, my friend.
Yeah, the miracle is the designing of the solid fuel in rockets. That's the miracle.
Your rockets will not keep going. Your rockets will go back. Based on the gravity, maybe. Yeah. Do you believe in gravity? Gravity says there is nothing stays up. Whatever.
No,
What
it says if you've
when
got enough power, you can go up.
Of course, thank you. You just answered yourself. Whatever the power you have, that power is have a limit.
But what's your reason for thinking humans haven't found enough power?
Because you're a human. You cannot even save yourself. Listen, you cannot even save yourself, man. You have maybe a couple years to die. Maybe now, maybe tomorrow. You never know. You are not here. You are not here on this earth to rule and to be immortal. No, no. There is a grave waiting for you.
So, okay, why? Why has Allah trapped us on the ground and stopped us from going up? What's that about?
Good question. Good question. I will not lie. That's a very good question. The answer, I don't know.
Oh,
But
God.
but you know what?
So
What's
you're
the answer?
basically, your flat earth position is God did it, which is really
The
weak
earth,
and
the
mixed up
earth,
and funny.
the earth is a creation. Yes, a creation of the God.
Well, you see, I'm not a Muslim, so I don't fall for that bullshit, and I think we can go up because like a Luciferian, so I think the air is a possible extra space and dimension to go into. So, my God says go up.
Well, in my place, I will tell you good luck. The best of luck.
Yeah, thanks. My God says just build a good craft and try.
Yeah.
Does it make sense that God's put you on one flat plane and says you can't leave? You can go left and right, but you can't go up or down.
The non-believers, they will not accept it. The
Why is
non-believers,
God?
they will.
Like, why is the world 2D?
It's a
Who's
test for you.
who stole up and down?
It is a test for you.
And what happened to the? I thought there were passages in the Quran that indicated the Earth to be egg-shaped.
Egg-shaped. Where is that exactly in Quran?
Okay, I could be wrong. I've heard, I've seen citations many times prior, but I can't retrieve them right now.
Maybe they were
Yes.
flat, fried egg shape, like a
Okay.
flat egg.
Let me share you. By the way, when we talk about the Quran, like it's something as a Muslim you shouldn't even question. You just take it as it is. You can question, of course, you can question, but you cannot go against it. Yeah. All of the Quran, it says this is the creation of God, and we will see. We will see who believes in that creation, who denies it. When we talk about the German scientists, they make a lie. They make a lie. They say, no, this is the creation. We exit that creation. We exit it, and we've been to the moon, which is false. Yeah.
The word
And
in the
also, let me finish this point. Also, if you think that the Earth you're living at, it's all about 7 seas and 7 oceans and 7 continents, of course not. Of course, there is more lands.
that word in the Quran can mean spread out or ostrich egg. It's more likely to mean spread out, I think, if they copied it from the Bible.
And it's just one of those, you know, really, really offensive religious stances that the Quran must be taken as is. You cannot you cannot disagree with it in any way, shape, or form. Yet we have technology and the intellect given by the Creator, if you insist, that explores the shape of the Earth, that can set things in orbit, that can send probes to the moon, that can send people to the moon. The moon is within our grasp. We have, God gives dominion over the lands to man. Okay, and he's given us tool and intellect. He's saying, no, no, no. God will not allow us because we cannot, because of the Quran. It's like we can question, but we cannot disagree. Are you fucking kidding me?
No, no. Why are you insulting by any chance? Man, you have to calm down.
Because
Calm
what
down.
you said is insulting to human accomplishment and intellect.
You can calm down. Okay? You can
Yeah, you
question.
insult human accomplishment and intellect.
I didn't insult anyone, my friend. Listen, you can you as a human being, your nature as a human being to be curious. You are always curious. Yes, of course. And you have the right to explore and discover. But you guys, when you say we've been to the moon, why you don't document that moon landing? Why you don't show us? Yeah, if you are really did it. Just accept the truth. You have nowhere exit except the grave. Yeah, the grave is waiting for you, my lovely friend. So try hard to be good person at this life.
So you're saying the moon landing was not documented. Is that your position? You're saying
Yeah,
why didn't they show it?
they did show it, but it was fake shit, man. Everyone knows that it is a Hollywood facilities.
And
They
there
make
again, major
fake movies.
insult to human accomplishment for arbitrary bullshit reasons.
You are the one who's insulting. I didn't insult you. You are the one who's saying
Okay,
bullshit.
I will openly insult. I have no concern over openly insulting anybody who wants to be so bullshitty as to say that, oh, NASA is just a Hollywood set.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
I forgive you, actually. You are little kid. I forgive you.
And I do
Why are
not
you
forgive
so
you.
hostile? Why are you so hostile, bro? A lot of people believe that. There's even a song made of it, right? In a Hollywood basement.
I didn't laugh
Final
since a lot.
frontier.
Man, he
But
doesn't.
to say the moon landing didn't happen because the Quran said so, is very disingenuous to most people. I can see why they show hostility, and I'm not quite as hostile to it, but the Quran overrides what we see. That's a bit. Sorry, mate.
If if the Quran confirms the fact, that's good. The fact that logic. The logic says that you have no exit from the earth. You have no exit, man. Accept it. Why you don't accept it, globals? My lovely globals friend, accept it. You guys will never exit the earth. You will die in it. Die. You know what the meaning of death. Okay.
You
Your
just sound
Quran.
crazy.
Yeah, your Quran also said that your prophet married and raped a 9-year-old girl, and you think that's cool.
Nice try. Nice try. So, who do they call it? That person who married Rebecca. Rebecca, she was 3 years old. Should I believe that? No, I will not. And I will not use the same card you are using. And you are silly, whoever said it.
Well, how
You
old
are
do you think
trying
she
to
was then?
wait. Let me bring the verse in the Bible that it says one of the Christian prophets he married 3 years old girl. But whoever said it, he's a silly and trying to distract us. He's trying to
I'm
distract
just
the
showing that you believe in a bullshit book and a bullshit religion
whose
over
bullshit is
fucking
you.
science.
Whose bullshit is you because you are mentioning pedophilia and you are mentioning this thing, which means you like pedophilia. Are you a pedophile by any chance?
No, you are because you back it because it's in your book.
No. You're the one who mentioned that. I didn't mention
Yeah, I
anything.
mentioned it
Is
because
that
it's in
right,
your
guys?
book.
Listen, man,
Your book's
listen.
your
We
whole
have
worldview.
witnesses. We have witnesses here. You cannot lie. We have too many people who heard you.
Yeah, I brought up the bullshit that's in your book.
In my book, you are brainwashed. Brainwashed.
You believe your book over real science and human accomplishments, the Shuvel said. It also says in your book that your God is a pedophile. And you're cool with that as well.
Look at this dude, guys. Look at him.
Hey guys, so the conversation can continue, and you guys don't need to be complete fucking assholes to each other. Can you stop with the pedophile shit? Thanks.
Tell him I didn't say anything. Tell him.
No, I'm gonna say it. Period. So I'm not blaming anyone. Just stop. Fucking A. If you don't have a conversation, then shut the fuck up.
I mean, I feel like he's done that bit for now, sort of, by brushing it aside.
Did you hear that, doctor? We was having a good conversation before you come, and you are you're a bad person. I will mute you, actually.
Well, carry on. Move on then. I'm not going to mention it again. The hypocrisy's noted, though.
Okay, I got a good one for you. If Allah is real and everything Muhammad said was nearly correct, why you let the Jews take over? Or why are the Jews running the prison earth?
Is that really a question?
Yeah. How can the Jews be winning and the Quran be correct?
Is that really a question? Do you want me to answer?
I mean, just a suggestion, anything.
Just confirm it down. Confirm it. Is that really a question, and you want me to answer or no?
Yes, that's why I asked.
Okay. Okay. So basically, you are saying that the Zionism and Jews, by the help of Christians, they are running the world. Yeah? You didn't ask yourself how they did that? They did that by usury. You know what is usury? First. Secondly, they did it by killing. Do you know which killing? Do you need me to bring you that how many genocides happened? Okay. Thirdly, they made it by lies.
I'm
Deceiving.
asking, why did
Killing.
Allah let them do that?
It's meant to be. It's meant to be. You
Yeah,
are living
okay.
on the you are
That's
living
the
on the
answer I
earth.
wanted.
You are
So
living on the
you're
earth.
trapped, and that
Yeah.
is your real destiny.
Okay. So basically, you are living on the earth for a few years. You are not immortal, indeed. Uh, you have a few years to live. You will not spend them by deceiving people and killing people, etc., etc. No. So that's what the Muslims did. They lived the life peacefully, and somehow they have some people who are killing, who are using usury to take the power, and they achieved it. They achieved the Zionism
But
achieved that.
in that sense, you've got a Gnostic God the same, who lets bad guys win.
There is only one God. There is only one God.
Yeah, and he's let the
There's
bad
no God.
guys win.
One God. It's only one. So basically,
Allah's let the bad guys win, like the Gnostic demiurge.
yes, but it's a matter of time. It's a matter
Okay.
of time. Uh, like just be patient. You will see. Be patient.
Yeah, so you sound like a death cult, basically.
Death cult.
Yeah, you're saying you're gonna die soon. Don't try and do anything. You're trapped on the ground in 2D. Allah's got you here. The Jews were meant to win. It's all been written.
So you don't accept that.
No, I think it's fantasy from like 3,000 years ago. Nonsense. This comes from the Jews. You're in a Jewish trap.
Jewish.
Why would you ever think they're supposed to win?
It's meant to be, my lovely friend.
Why? Why isn't there
It's
freedom?
destiny. Do you believe in destiny? Do you believe in destiny?
Sort of.
It is faith and destiny.
Okay, if it's destiny written by Allah, why are you complaining about it?
I didn't. Who say that?
You did. That's how you come in here. You
Did
said,
I
"Oh
did I
no, the
cry?
Zionists. Oh my God."
I didn't cry, man. I didn't yell. I didn't insult anyone. I'm just
You said
talking.
the Zionists are
Humble.
killing everyone and they're running Earth.
Yes, it is a fact. It's happening. It's not happening. Someone tell me it is fake. Someone tell me it is fake. That
Okay,
that
so you're going.
Zionism is
You're not even complaining now. You're just saying it's normal.
Can I ask one? If it's destiny, why do you pray? If it's already preset, there is no necessity. Praying is redundant now because it doesn't matter. You have destiny. Therefore, prayer is now redundant. Thank you.
Yes. Was that a question, Boomer? Should I answer you?
Prayer is irrelevant. You don't need to pray now because destiny is set. Whatever you do or don't do will happen.
Okay. So basically, you just ask a question or you add a comment. Just to be clear, man.
Well,
Boomer.
that's what I was saying. So why do you pray? Is yeah, correct. Sorry, I did word that.
Yes.
I did word that
Thank
badly. Sorry.
Put the question, Boomer. So basically, you are praying to thank God that you are still in a place. Yeah, you're still breathing until now. You're still
Oh yeah,
having.
thank you for letting the Jews win 5 times a day. Sounds really logical.
You should thank God even if you are in a good condition or a bad condition. You should be how to say it in English. You should be fuck English actually, but I don't like to speak English. Uh, you should be patient about what's happening.
So do you pray to stop them winning, or do you say thank you even though they're winning?
We will win. My lovely friend, we will win, man. Even if America is
Yes.
sending bombs, even if America is sending bombs
There
and
you go. Destiny's broke.
providing the genocide, and the UK providing the genocide, and all of the Europe Union I'm talking about the government, guys. I'm not talking about the people. I know you guys that you are innocent. Yeah, I know it. But
How are you going to
the,
win? You have to kill them all.
I'm not killing anyone, man. By the way, down. Why you are trying to support the killing? Why are you trying to
The
support it?
what?
Yes, you are telling me to kill people.
No, I'm saying, how are you going to finally win if they're winning now?
Okay, you are trying to put me in a trap, huh?
Yeah, everything I say is to try and get you to rethink.
Hmm. You are trying to. Yes, yes, I get it. I have started to understand.
Oh no, I'm in a cult.
Anyways, the Earth is a globe, spinning ball. Let's go to the moon. Easy peasy.
But it's interesting because you believe this sort of Game of Thrones fantasy type shit.
Yes, as I told you, man. The Earth is a globe, spinning ball. Let's go to the moon. The moon matters.
Imagine if you had a Mecca on the moon as well as on Earth, and one on Saturn, and you'd be right at home.
So yeah, down. Yeah, you have no exit, and try to thank God about the life you're living at. Down. How old are you,
Well,
down by any
I
chance?
do, I do thank God for everything, but not
Yes,
the bad bits. You know what I mean? Like
yes. How old are you by any chance? If I may
I'm
ask.
43.
Yes. You are getting older and older. Uh,
Yes, reincarnation might be real.
Reincarnation. Okay, let me translate reincarnation. Reincarnation. Ah. Who told you that? Was the
The
Buddhist?
Hindus
And
come up with it.
man, they are kneeling for rats and cows.
It doesn't make sense that you've only got one chance. That doesn't make sense. So the smart men said, well, maybe it's lots of chances.
How you guys doing this morning?
Hey, good morning.
Heck yeah, I just joined in. I couldn't catch on to what the topic was.
Nothing really. We're just interrogating Ali about Islam, the Jews, and the flat Earth.
Yes, it is the Westerns against the Arabian, the Globers against the flat Earth soldier.
Or it's binary. Everybody, let's fight.
Yes, arena.
Gladiator. There's so much shit popping off right now. This whole Obama thing, the Tulsi Gabbard releasing these Obama files.
What's happened?
think
So what's
that's
Obama done?
nothing?
Fill us in.
I wonder
Nothing.
why. I wonder why this
Nothing.
administration would release Obama files and suddenly, famously tell Trump doesn't tell anything about his health except last week. I wonder why they're doing that.
So the Obama files are basically they're saying that Barack Obama's administration orchestrated the Russia investigation, which led with multiple prosecutions. Everything this administration is currently doing right now is trying to distract from the overwhelming feeling as participated with Epstein illegally. I'm not trying to use the word.
Yeah, went to the island. He was a good mate. He was a participant, shall we say, not just a guest at a party. Yeah. What's interesting, I noticed, is they straight away went on to sue mode, and they're actually suing Rupert Murdoch, who's the owner of Sky News, who supported him for who knows how long. I reckon you're onto something there with the rapidity and how vigorous their counterattack "we're going to sue you" was. Those with nothing to hide nothing.
The crazy thing is when we're like, according to Trump's own narrative, him writing him that letter would mean nothing because he says that they were friends at that time. So like them going to the sue aspect of it, it's like reminds me of Lance Armstrong. Hey, Lance is on steroids. Sue. Like every time someone even make an accusation, sue. And it ended up he was on steroids or performance enhancing drugs.
Yeah, what's the comment? Methinks they protested too much. Yeah, all he could have said was, hey, I didn't know he was a rock spider. That's what we call him here. I didn't know he was a rock spider back then. He was another rich guy. We had a couple of martinis, and he said, let's go have pizza. That's all he would have to have done, and it would have gone away. But what is it, though? That's the problem. They're scared of what the contents are, I think.
The scary thing, and this is the cool thing. Oh, go ahead, Sean.
If Epstein, or if Trump was on that list, they would have thrown his ass under the bus in the last 8 years. Like he's already been under the microscope, guys. The only reason that we're at this point now is because Trump won. So this rhetoric the mainstream is pushing is trying to get you to panic and go against Trump here at the final moment.
So my argument for Trump being on that list, twofold. One, the way he's acting, but also I'm not saying it's just Republicans on that list. I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of Democrats on that list because if Trump's on it, it sat on Biden's desk for 4 years.
Well, I can't wait for them to win and knock Trump off his pedestal because then they're going to come after us. Everybody might have a little gut check. All of us.
For what reason? For what reason? They're already coming after us. What are you talking about? They're already sending ICE agents to disenfranchise people. They're already doing that. Like, what do you mean by us?
They're sending ICE agents to franchise people?
Disenfranchise people.
No, to franchise. You're reversing it.
I use the term.
Do you think removing illegal immigrants disenfranchises American citizens?
I think removing anyone.
You think our tax dollars and the value that we have to... Yeah,
I think removing anyone without due process is disenfranchising us because it lessens our rights as a citizen. So yes, I think it is disenfranchising.
Wait. Okay. For the most part of it,
that's delusional, but I just disagree.
Which part is due process not happening?
Diego, the dude that they fucking threw into the detention center in El Salvador, he had a court order saying he can't be deported until he has a court case. They said, fuck that. Due process gone.
This is just media propaganda. Trying to activate people's emotions. I mean, we literally just had our country saved. 30 million immigrants come into our country. Loses our voter. Right. Guys, I'm relaxed. Why are you talking over me?
No, because you were talking.
You guys don't know how to have an adult fucking conversation, apparently.
Tank, please. Listen. One, it's not.
I'm gonna mute and listen.
It's not 30 million a year. It's not. On average, it's been 10 million. There's been spikes up and down.
I didn't say 30 million a year. 30 million total, and that's.
There's been way more than 30 million.
Underestimate.
There's been way more than 30 million. Yeah, there's
absolutely.
you
got it.
Yeah, way more, but that's been since like 2000 all the way to like 2025. It's on an average
What
of
does
about
just
10 million a
30
year.
million people do to our voting
Nothing,
ability?
because they're
It
not
waters
voting.
down our power as a voter
They're
because the
not
Democrats
voting.
are going to use that population to get voter.
They are
to
not
get
voting, and the
They're
Democrats are
not.
not using
You
it.
guys don't know how the political system works, and that's fine.
Yes, Tank, listen. To be a voter, you have to be a registered voter, correct? You have to be a citizen, correct?
To vote in a federal election, yes.
Yes. Okay. So how are they voting? And when you look at this election, the Hispanic population voted more Republican than they did in the prior election. So the people coming in who are heavily Christian and was 100% against the LGBTQ lifestyle that the Democrats were pushing, literally voted people in office that are disenfranchising them now. The ones that could vote. So like I said, like you're using like this whole like replacement theory type mentality thing, and it's like that's not what it is. What's going on? Why I say disenfranchise is that if you can do this to anyone, you can do this to anyone, including us as citizens.
It's an absolute joke, dude. You're just not even on the same page as me with this, so I guess fair enough. Great point. Share it with everyone.
Well, would you like to know what happened to an Australian person who went over there 2 months ago? They looked at his Facebook account, saw he had one little feed from a friend about Hamas, and said, "You can't come in. We know what you're here for," and put him on a plane back to the country. That's
this
what
is-
fucking Nazi Germany do, man. You are living in Nazi Germany, and
Silly
fucking we're
pattern
opposed-
matching that you guys are doing. Will you guys listen to Rachel Maddow and Whoopi Goldberg on The Fucking View?
No, dude. Like
That's what it sounds like, 'cause you're repeating
those two
your
are
brainwashing.
those two are right wing lunatics, dude.
Talking.
Well, it takes listen, like honestly, like I don't assume things about you. I don't make assumptions, and I don't project those assumptions out. I don't. I ask and I say, this is why I feel that we're being disenfranchised, that our due process is being taken away. And your response is, oh, that's just liberal. I'm phrasing it. That's libtard retard stuff, basically.
Well, I started explaining how politics works, like why we get voting power with states and Congress, and some guys started talking over me. So you guys clearly have it figured out.
No, go for
Well,
it. So
Renee,
we can-
where do you draw the line? Because you keep on making this distinction and saying it's disempowering us.
Mhm.
Where do you make the distinction between them and us?
What?
as a U.S. citizen? No,
No, just
he was
the term
talking
that
he
you're
was talking
using
to
and
me.
saying, yeah.
No tanks. You have a clear bias against me that you've expressed regularly.
No, he was
before.
talking to Tanks. He
So,
was
I mean,
talking to
whatever the
me.
fuck you just said is based on that.
Tanks, he was
I hate your
100%
name.
talking to me. He's 100% talking to me. He really was. But at the same time, no, Tanks, where I draw the line is a distinction of like franchise this and franchise. If you are able to do this, take people without due process, and you create that as a reality, it can be repeated over and over and over again. And us, the people who were born here, the people who have birth certificates, the people that have fucking social security numbers, the people who are subject to U.S. law, it undermines our rights by the way that this process is being handled. That's where I draw the line, I guess. I'm not against removing people from the country that aren't supposed to be here, that came here illegally. That's not my statement. My statement is the way in which we're doing it.
I'll say it very short and sweet. U.S. representatives are based on population of a state. That's it.
Don't listen to this guy. Don't listen to him.
All right, you make your own ultimatum for that. Understand what they did with that, with bringing immigrants to our country and how much power they gained from it, or don't. I don't give a shit.
I don't know why you're arguing with no tanks. Like the guy is like disingenuous.
No,
I have no idea what he's talking about. Like, was this a weird thing to say? I have like no clue, not even a clue of what he was talking about. Only thing I ever said to him is that I'm the OG tank. Change your name. That's the only thing.
Okay, everyone has the right to speak.
They literally asked me to
Everyone, yeah.
go explain, and I was about to literally read, and then you start talking. So you're not catching on to the context of the conversation, that they were leaving a gap there for me to explain what they didn't let me explain, and you just talk. Well, I knew who the fuck you were talking to, and you weren't talking to me, but you were talking over.
Well,
I
stop
don't
whining.
like your attitude, mister.
Stop whining and just read it, will you?
I just did. Said it short and sweet. U.S.
Okay, you know what you're
representatives are based on
saying?
population. So by pulling in 30 million immigrants, they were able to stack the U.S. House of Representatives. And guess what happens if we didn't stop that? We would have lost elections. No more democratic elections.
Why? What do you mean no more democratic elections? We can't vote?
What happens when you use immigration population to control representative in the House?
I don't know. You get more representatives? I don't know, but you still have to vote for them, so there's still a democratic process, correct?
You get a runaway majority. You never
How
get
long
to
did it
vote.
take to
You
become
never
a
get to
citizen?
vote again. You're under control of whoever can
So
put the most population in their state.
But every 2 years you have elections for House, Senate, and then you have every 4 years you have elections for the president. So when, like you said that you're basically saying it's going to subvert democracy. Explain to me how it subverts democracy.
How are we ever gonna pick a candidate again after that occurs?
We could do a primary, which they currently do, and you vote for who would you like to be your candidate. That's what they do now. That's the democratic process.
How long did it
Right?
take to become a citizen? once you
Thanks.
apply?
I am astonished that you think you understand how politics works from what you're saying.
Hey guys,
I
how long
mean,
does it take to become a citizen? Once you
That's
see
a
apply,
broad,
how long does it take?
that's a broad statement there. What do you mean politics? Well,
Well, he's saying that he's explaining how politics works, and he's, apparently getting this from YouTube. I mean,
That's projecting on me. Good job.
okay. Well, I mean, like I said, I'm
Not the most eloquent
astonished.
speaker. What I'm talking about is known. Just because you guys all don't know about it doesn't
Well, you
make
said
me
that I get my information
astonishing.
from Rachel Maddow
I
and
know
Whoopi Goldberg. Where do you get your
everything you're
information?
talking
That's
about.
what it sounds like.
I know
Where do you
everything
get your
you're
information?
talking about. I'm 100% aware of all of the stuff that you think is so that isn't true.
When I go to AI and look up population and voters, it tells me that each state's number of electoral votes is determined by the sum of its U.S. senators and its U.S. representatives based on
No.
population. Therefore, the population of a state directly influences the number of electoral votes it has. So if you
Yes.
want where the front lines is, it's them pumping population into these states through the illegal border policies to stack the House by influencing the
Like
number of electoral
Texas.
votes it has, which
Like
then
Texas.
renders our votes useless.
Like Florida.
Who do you think they're voting for when they come in? The person that let them in.
But
They're not voting for anyone. They can't vote in federal elections.
Oh,
They
my bad.
usually can't even vote in statewide elections.
My bad. Hell yeah, you should go tell that to Governor Newsom, or like ask him how they're handling that.
I have a question, Tank.
Ask
Where
all
do you
these
get
blue
your
states how the
information?
fuck they're handling that.
Where do you get your
They're
information?
letting them vote.
Tanks, where do you get your information? You where do you get your information? Omni said YouTube. It sounds like YouTube to me.
I use all
but-
sorts of different sources. All sorts.
So,
Government
will you
websites,
name one? Name one. Just name one.
podcast.
Name one. Name one specific source. You
Dan Bongino, right? That's your guy, right?
Okay. Say again?
Dan Bongino. Or
No.
the War Room, right?
He's the dude for those are the guys for the 40, 50-year-olds that are all like Trump savior manics.
Yeah.
They believe Trump is the savior of the world, and they're buying the actor that the show they're putting on.
But you just literally told me that this whole him being on the Epstein list is for us to turn against him in the final moments. I think that was your exact words.
Because you guys are following daily events.
After they get through with me, they're gonna come after you. I'm the one standing between. Yeah, who do you think believes in that?
Hitler said that. Hitler said that, didn't he?
Boomers say it about Trump. Trump says it.
Is this a language you guys created on your own called soundbite retard? Sorry,
We
I
don't
should've
use
said
that word.
That was rude. Yeah, my bad. I forgot.
Okay, guys, 1 second, please.
I'm a 90s kid.
Tank, you have the right to speak, of course, man, but don't interrupt them. Be respectful, guys.
Yeah, you're right. My bad.
No, like I said, we're trying to have a respectful conversation, but the thing is, it's you want to say, "Hey, you guys sound like Rachel Maddow or Whoopi Goldberg," right? I'm asking you specifically, like, where do you get your information from? You saying podcast, whatever. Okay, that's fine. I'm asking specifically, like, which one, because I can kind of see, like from them, if you're just parroting it or do you truly believe this? Because like you can put 100 million people in a state and get the population up and all that other stuff, but those people can't vote. Like they can't participate. So all those representatives and stuff, that's a process. It's democratic. Like I'm not even talking about what's going on in subverting democracy. I was literally talking about due process. And to get around all this, like when you say us and them and things like that, you know, we're supposed to be a country that like wants to work together to make the world better. I mean, I just I don't hear that from the side that always tries to label people us and them. And this whole Obama thing, it's just a distraction from what's going on with the Epstein thing. And that's the thing. You brought up
see, and it sounds like again, like you have no distinction between us and them. Like you don't, you personally hold no distinction.
I
We're
don't have a
all
distinction.
just human.
I really don't have between Democrats and Republicans. I think they're both piles of shit, and I wish both parties would fucking implode. I truly do. I don't have much distinction there. They both fucking suck. But at the same time, it's what's going on here is they're trying to tribalize people, divide us, and then take advantage. And the us to me are the people that fucking work every day, fucking live life, have to exist in society. Like that's the us to me. The them are the people that fucking stand behind fucking desks and fucking move little pins and fucking start wars and hurt fucking people. That's the them to me. So if does that help you with my definitions?
Yeah, because so now when we and in regards to immigration, like or illegal immigration, the those who are coming to America to work, that's part of the us, because they're not. Yeah.
I agree. I think they are part of the us, and that's why we don't pay $15 for a fucking apple. Like I think they are part of the us. I do. And there was like the Republicans, like Trump, said that he respected the path to citizenship. People that were here illegal, who are paying taxes, who are working, who aren't being criminals, being allowed to get due process. But that's not what it's about. It's about being able to punish people that his base doesn't like. That's all it's fucking about right now. And I hate that. That's disgusting to me. And it makes me sick when I fucking see it.
Can I ask you a question, guys? From applying for citizenship in the US, outside a tourist visa, how long does it take to get citizenship? I believe it's 5 to 7 years in a good day. Would that be true?
How long did it take Melania, his immigrant wife?
He got a genius. She got a genius visa. So basically, she has a skill set that Americans don't have. So she got like a basically some weird visa that way. Maybe she sucks at different. I don't know.
Okay.
Puts a little twist on it.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm a carpenter, and you need carpenters. So like I've got a trade you want. So if I come in, I still believe your citizenship doesn't come through until 5 to 7 years later. Although you've got a working visa, you're not a citizen until some considerable time. And most of us come back, unless you marry, I believe. But I don't know. I'm just asking. It's 5 to 7 years. So how is that that's over one electoral cycle? How can that work as an election tactic or strategy? It doesn't make sense.
5 to 7 years flies by, man. Like, I guess probably half the people in this room can relate to that in a way that so 5 to 7 years flies by. All the money that you guys could have put in a 401k or an annuity, and you didn't, and you just wish you could have. You wish you could have put some money into that or Bitcoin. But who has 5 to 10 years? But guess what? 5 to 10 years is here already, and you could have been rich. Yep, flies by.
What's that got to do with it, though? No, I'm asking about why you would bring in a certain people to vote for you, which makes sense. But it's going to take 5 to 7 years for those people to come in, and they've got to have qualities. You don't just, they roll up and say, I want to be an American citizen. Yes, there you go, Pedro, off you go. That doesn't happen. You've got to have reasons. You've got to have a trade. You've got to bring something in, don't you? Like, it's not just anyone. You can come in on a tourist, and that's where the illegals are. They're usually a tourist visa, and they don't go back. I think, I don't know. You can tell me, it's your country, but that's what we have. But why do that as a tactic? Because it's 5 years. You don't get those votes this cycle. You might be voted out by then.
So you guys don't see the tactic the DNC has been using on repeat, just like the Republican Party had been using, holding hands together, and Trump is coming and exposing that.
What do you mean by that? Holding hands together, like the DNC and the RNC getting along?
Yeah, they've been bullshitting America. You guys are talking about it, the Uniparty. Like
Yeah.
that's the whole backbone of the MAGA movement. This is why the only reason to really
No.
be able to prove Trump is a bad guy is saying he's designed opposition.
So I would say the backbone of the MAGA movement was when Hillary Clinton called you guys dumb, and you took
Drain the
offense to
swamp.
that.
Drain the swamp. There
Explain.
was flags and drain the swamp posters and billboards
has he?
everywhere.
Has he?
No,
Has he?
you know, last time he tried to drain the swamp, they shut down the country with COVID-19 pandemic.
They had 8 years to prove Trump was on that Epstein list, and right now them trying to make it look like he is an obvious.
So why won't Trump release the
obvious.
list then? Why won't Trump release the list then? Explain
Why
that.
did
please.
Trump release the list?
He didn't
And
release
Pam
the
Bondi.
list. No, he didn't.
Well, is
Yes,
this
he did.
fake? Is this a fake? I saw like a post or something. Maybe it's you probably would know, Tank, or
Well,
you,
guys, where
but
were
is it
the
a fake post where Donald Trump?
Everybody.
Was it a fake post where Trump said, "I don't want to release it at the moment because they'll weaponize any name and it could be dangerous
No,
to people."
so
Let me
yeah, so
let me
it
ask you
was
guys a
an
more
interview.
important question.
That was
Where
an
were the
interview.
files? Where were the Epstein files stored?
In the Southern District of New York. So tanks, no tanks. What do you?
What did the Southern District of New York do to those files before Trump could release them?
They had to go through them and take out active names, addresses, and things like that for victims and other aspects. That was, and then they had to actually take physical things and digitize them, and take digitized things and make them physical. That was part of the process. But
Yeah,
no
that's standard
tanks.
practice. So you don't know that they converted all 100 terabytes plus of the files into paper documents and loaded them on the trucks and attempted to hide them from the Trump administration? You guys don't know that?
So
That's
why
a
would
big right there.
You guys
That's a
totally missed
huge
that?
right.
Okay,
you guys
so
totally missed the fact that these people have been tricking
fact.
and messing with Pam Bondi behind the scenes, and you throw the
Okay.
blame on her?
I don't. I
Sorry.
throw the blame on
Sorry,
Trump.
I just have to
because
position
Trump's
it
the
in a
one
way
on
because
the
you guys
list.
like it's just
No,
not show.
I don't. So you just made an argument no one made. No one said that it's Pam Bondi. No one says that. No one made those statements. It's Trump.
People with the ears to hear that are actually paying attention to reality, I think they know what I just said. So
I don't think they
you
do.
don't get it.
I
You guys,
don't think
just because
they
you
do.
guys don't
But-
get it doesn't mean what I said doesn't make sense.
But the thing is like you say we don't get it, and then you come back and tell us things that like are like basically you don't get it. But like I kind of want to talk to No Tanks when we're talking.
Just telling me.
So No Tanks.
What are you
Like
talking
when what you're talking about was an interview that he did, and like basically the lady goes, "Are you going to release the JFK files?" Yeah. Are you going to release the MLK files? Yeah. And then he goes, "Are you going to release the Epstein files?" He goes, "Yeah." And then stops and goes, "But there could be some fake stuff in there that could like hurt people." That's basically what he said.
Yeah, and I saw a recent post circulating around, and when you asked the question, why wouldn't he? I thought that might have been his answer he gave.
What do you think is left of the Epstein files after Biden had 4 years?
I think there's a shit ton of fucking Democrats on it. Honestly, I think potentially Biden's fucking weird ass could be on it. Honestly,
yeah. So
but
There's going to be a shit ton of Republicans and Democrats on that.
That's what I want.
Left,
That's what I would
far
love.
leftist. I'm perfectly fine with like these liberal fucks getting exposed.
I would love that. I would love for both of these parties to be exposed. Like that's the
Trump
thing.
is on the list. Biden's on the list. Clinton's on the list. Why not?
Yeah, fuck them all. But at the same time, like,
dude, if AOC was on the list, I would go to that. I would go to that island.
seriously, I don't think she's that cute, dude. Or you just want to fuck her because you don't like her, like one of those things.
A little like that. It's like almost like all of those things together. Like she's that girl you just hated in high school, so annoying. Plus she's cute. Plus she thinks she's like smart. All those things together.
Male
would just make it fun.
sexuality, everybody.
Just want to destroy her. And
let
love
us
her at the same time.
fantasize. We need
Like,
an
why
echo
do people
chamber
talk
too.
over me when I start saying shit? No one talks over him when he gets in that degeneracy. Like, what the fuck is that?
I just did.
Oh well, a big fan of you. Seriously, big
Thank
fan.
you.
High five.
Why can't we have an echo chamber too? We need to have dreams. but yeah,
I'm going to
no,
my QAnon forum. Fuck you guys.
Okay. Anyways, guys, I show you my kind face. Now I will show you my bad face.
All right,
I
here it
guess
goes.
you Americans, you will collapse, guys. All of you. Collapse.
possibly.
Gonna happen.
I hope so.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome. It would be bad
will
for
guys,
everybody
you
else. It'd
guys
be
gonna
really
start
bad for
killing
you
each
guys.
other. You're gonna
Yeah,
start
could you
killing
come
each
over
other
and teach
soon.
us how to raise camels and shit?
No, don't go that route. He's not. He actually lives in. He lives in. He lives in. He isn't. You don't go that route. But
Dude, yeah, listen to Ali say you don't believe in destiny one more time, and just imagine if you could say it like him, you would get every girl you ever wanted. Well, say it, Ali. So you don't believe in
yeah.
destiny.
Indeed.
Do it.
So basically, yes, the civil war gonna happen soon in America. I guess.
No.
I hope you stay safe, guys. It's
No, I have weapons. If Anvil was on, I could show you. I showed him mine, and he was like, "Wow, you have an arsenal." I was like, "Yes, I do." But no, there's no. Honestly, Ali, at the end of the day, no one's gonna. I'm not shooting anybody over this shit. I'm not. Someone wants to shoot at me for it, fucking go at it, and I'm gonna shoot back. But I don't.
Just
I
get
don't
it.
think anyone's gonna shoot anybody over this.
Hey, get a 22. You'll feel better because it's not fatal typically.
Depends on your depends on the range. Yeah, could be a very aggressive BB gun at some distances, but no. I
Dude,
mean,
you get a high block. Oh, sorry.
An M16 is a 22.
yeah, you can get it chambered in that.
No, it's 22 long. That's what it comes in. 5.56.
Yep. A lot of people don't
Source,
know
I
that.
carried one.
It's all about powder.
I mean,
you can get
I'll show
high
you my
velocity
weapons,
22
I
rounds.
think
that
you'll
are-
like them.
Okay, I got a little armory too.
Oh, you'll like. So the shotgun.
Yeah,
I'm
you
gonna
probably
show
have
you.
you probably have much more exotic stuff than I do.
The shotgun's fun. That's all I
I've
have
got
to
an
say.
automatic and a pump shotgun.
So my original shotgun I got was my granddad's from the war. But this is the one that lives under my bed.
You
Next
guys
to
know
the
the
Connie.
Ruger 22 LR?
Yep.
This thing's lethal. Like for sure. If you get the high velocity, it'll blow your
Oh,
brains out.
that is freaking.
You like that, Omni?
Yeah, that decked out for a combat shotgun.
Yeah, it's a nice one.
The extended magazine, the front hand grip.
Yep.
Is it auto or pump?
Both.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I have auto and pump, or semi-auto and pump as separate. If I get my hands on an Atchison street sweeper, I would I would probably buy one, but
Well,
they don't sell those.
Give me a call and we can talk. You know.
Yeah, okay. Well, if you have one, if you know where I can get one.
Yeah, I know a couple people, but the right to bear arms, everyone should do it. Not cut off the sleeves of your shirt. But I did. Ali, I honestly, we're gonna sit here, we're gonna yell, and we're gonna scream at each other. Someone's gonna call someone racist. Someone's gonna call someone a gay. Someone's gonna do that. But I don't think that we're gonna shoot at each other. I don't think we're getting to that point.
Hey, what'd you call me?
I haven't called you anything, dude. I promise.
Wait, what? Did you call him bastard, filthy bastard?
No.
Is he?
No,
Yes,
seriously,
but,
Ali, I wasn't trying to be racist. Like, I think we're actually going to need camels in the United States pretty soon.
You don't have a desert, actually. You have one desert, yeah, which is in Nevada.
Yeah,
Is
I think
that
we're
the
about to
only
turn this
desert you
bitch
have?
into a desert. Yeah.
Yes. Why you don't go to the NASA and let them make you a spaceship?
Don't tell me you believe that the climate is changing.
Nope, I think everyone's going to team up and shit on Trump. They're going to get him out of office, and then the system that they really want to come in is going to come in, and then it's going to be civil war because there's too much support for the MAGA stuff, and they'll just use that to get rid of all the,
What system do you think they're trying to? What system do you think they're trying to put in?
A new world order.
Fascist. New World Order. Fascist.
An AI driven information system where they know more about you than you know about yourself.
I agree. So yeah, that's possible. So like, were you alive for Bush? Like active, like you're like essentially like an adult, maybe.
No, I was a child, totally ignorant. Yeah, no
So
clue
that
what's going on.
that was the exact same argument that they were trying that the Bush administration was trying to do. The exact same argument, trying to put in a new but that was the Republicans that were trying to do it at that point. So like these narratives that I constantly hear
Thank you,
over and over
Lenny.
again are just being recycled, and it's being recycled to people who will not study history.
Which
Like
means the second financial crisis is coming.
There's always another financial crisis.
yeah, that's what it was. If the thing is, here's one that's brewing right now. With rates being so high, the repo markets are getting a bit fucked. We've seen the Fed step into the repo markets many times. No one ever talks about it, but it's a very, very, very indicating signal that we have a soft economy. There's always a way for a financial crisis to happen. I don't honestly in 2008. I wish I would have bought everything in the world. Like, you know what I mean? Hindsight, because unless there is a civil war, unless there is a nuclear war, stocks are going to fucking go up. Like, the world's going to keep on spinning because I think it's moving. I think the world spins. I think the time is just going to keep on clicking on. If we want to sit around and decimate ourselves over bullshit, then we do that, and then time will start clicking on again. I mean, it's. Yeah.
Well, if the critical thinkers were the ones driving the fucking ship, we'd probably be in a lot less trouble. But they've hijacked the average mind. The Gen Pop is just totally uneducated. They're controlled by their emotional reactions. I mean, so we're just. I mean, the slope is only going to get slipperier and steeper.
And we're here on a flat Earth server.
I'm so tired of the flat Earth stuff, honestly. It's like imprinted in my brain now. Like, fuck.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, it's like on these servers, you find people that have a unique thought. It's unique in its form and fashion. It may be different from the popular opinion, and I like to hear people defend it. I like to hear the conversations about why you believe this, and I'll do the same. When it gets to politics, though, I will never vote for a candidate just because they're a Democrat or just because they're a Republican. I will never do that, and I never have. Like my first person I ever voted for was fucking Ralph Nader. Then I realized I threw my vote away because that election literally came down to like 3 votes, and that's when I started like wanting to pick between these two fucking asshole parties. I didn't. I voted for Bush because Bush lowered taxes. I made a lot of money at that time. I voted my own interest. And then in 2008, guess who I voted for? You're going to probably say Barack Obama. I did not. I voted for John McCain. I thought John McCain. There is a scene of John McCain. He was in a town hall, and this woman stood up who probably, if she's alive still, definitely votes MAGA. Yells, "Will you will you help us stop this Muslim terrorist Barack Obama from doing all this other stuff?" And the whole room starts clapping, and he shut the shit down.
Yes,
Shut it the fuck down.
that was amazing. That was an amazing show of
Yes,
of
humility.
and principle.
Yes, and any man like that, I will vote for. Any man like that will fucking sacrifice that. Like all you got to do is say hell yeah. You know what I mean? Like and go for it.
Rennie, repeat the words you said, please.
Any man like that, I will vote for.
No. What he said, McAfee, this guy, what he said.
Oh, so John
He's
McCain.
not a Muslim terrorist.
Yeah, so John McCain.
He said Muslim are terrorists, and let's say
no. So what happened was during one of his political speeches, his town halls. During that time, there was a woman that stood up because Barack's middle name is Hussein, and every time you hear a Republican call him by his full name, that's what they're trying to invoke. But they said, "Will you save us from the Muslim terrorist Barack Obama?" and everyone in the room starts cheering. And then McCain stood up and says, "No, ma'am, no. He's not a Muslim terrorist. He's a good man. We have different beliefs and different views potentially, but no, shut her the fuck down." And I respect that.
So
just so you know,
his
when I
friend
realized, I want to say this real quick. When I realized that Sarah Palin was more popular than McCain because she embraced that rhetoric, that's when I left the Republican Party.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, well, that's why she's not in the Republican Party anymore either. Like,
Tank, sorry, man, sorry, but I have to say.
you guys actually excite me because I realize, like,
Yes,
whatever nuanced
yeah.
bullshit I'm seeing, it doesn't matter because you guys are going to see the truth when it happens. We all are.
So basically, not Barack Obama, not 9/11, not ISIS, not whatever the guys they talk about. That doesn't represent Islam. You guys don't know us. Actually, all of that was.
Ali, I'm not literally trying to
Just in case,
wrap
I'm
it up. Yeah, I agree, and I agree with you. I'm not trying to wrap that in a blanket, and I agree with you. If someone would make the statement that all of anybody is anything, that's a very ignorant statement.
These assholes have tricked us into alienating our fellow human across the planet. So, anyway.
Yeah, and right now they're tricking us to alienate our fellow fucking citizen guy because we're sitting here fucking fighting for him.
Yeah,
and over him.
I agree with that.
You know, like it's all about separation. There's a song. It's by Bob Dylan. It's called "Bullet from the Back of the Bush." What is it called? "Only a Pawn in His Game." And basically, he's breaking down how this is a social economic construct that they use to control you, from stopping you from looking up and asking questions. That one and Masters of War would be two of the greatest songs ever listened to.
Well, most people call me a conspiracy theorist when I try to explain how much control the intelligence agencies have imposed on Americans, their national influence, their addiction to this war, their stereotyping of other cultures to start these wars. It's the most maniacal, witty, criminal shit you can imagine. But some people just I don't think are there yet.
Do you think you're stereotyping the average American immigrant?
Me?
Yep.
No.
You think they all vote Democrat?
Right, but we have the numbers, Omni. They were given credit cards and a budget to go vote. They were all funneled. It was part of the package to come in. Come on, guys. I'm not. None of these people that are sharing this stuff are ignorant or racist like you would really want them to be, it seems.
I'll finish my political path, right? So 12, I voted for Obama because I thought he was better than I hated Mitt Romney. I was in private equity, and Mitt Romney put more people out of work than fucking COVID. Like I didn't like him. I've gone against his firm on bids and shit like that. I didn't like him. So I voted for Obama. I thought Obama was a better candidate. 2016, I voted for Donald Trump. I thought that all I remembered as a kid was hearing Hillary Clinton call every African-American youth super predators. I remember that Bill Clinton is the person who signed the fucking police act that turned our police system into basically little small military camps. And I didn't like her. And honestly, I thought Trump's agenda was fresher. I didn't realize the rest of it. 2020, I didn't vote for Trump. In 2024, I didn't vote for Trump. That's the thing. I'm not making these statements. Oh, I fucking hate Donald Trump. He's a piece of shit. I'm not saying that out of I'm a Democrat. I'm saying that because I think he's a fucking piece of shit. I think he has a track record to show he's a piece of shit. And it really frustrates me when I see the MAGA base who's all Christian. You're promoting a false messiah. The dude, I ask him what his favorite Bible verse is. He can't even hold.
How do you not like the first black president?
You should be happy that Trump, this nasty motherfucker, is up these criminals' asses right now. You should be happy you have a warrior monster on the front lines fighting for America first. That's all I'm saying. And look fundamentally at what we've dealt with. The Uniparty. There's never been a candidate that showed up and exposed the Uniparty. this back and forth game they play, this emotional game they play with the
Look at
American people.
history. Look at
But
history.
maybe
There was
they're trying
actually.
to drip feed it, right? Maybe
Have you ever
Trump is
heard of
just
Have you ever heard of the anti-Mason party in history? Is the anti
no.
like so back in history, like a lot of people that were in politics, you know, our founder fathers, a lot of Masons. You know what I mean? There was a party that formed the
Make it,
anti-Mason party.
Rainy, make it simple for him. Tank, which church you go to, or you used to go to?
I go to non-dom right now.
So maybe they teach you, they manipulated you. Actually, you are worshipping the Antichrist now.
You say keep it simple, and then you go into religion.
Yeah, man, it's the
Don't
church.
move,
The
Cotton.
church. Like how many divisions you have in the Christianity?
Well,
How many
I believe
divisions?
Protestantism, like the effective Protestant, is satanic. So the separation of the church is satanic. I agree with you there.
Indeed.
But, and like I said, you know, just kind of back to politics in the regard of, you know, just a conversation. Like, and you said it, dude. You literally said it. We're here to be separated from, you know, our global neighbors. But you have to kind of look at the micro level and see how they're separating us from our actual neighbors too. And that's why I'm frustrated, super frustrated. You know, I've lived. I turned 43 in a few weeks. I feel I've lived a very unique life. I wish everyone could do the things I've done, but that's not possible. But at the same time, I don't feel the world's a better place in my older age than it was when I was younger, and that's fucking. I don't like that.
Every generation says that.
I agree. But you know, and the thing is, and overall, it is better. You know, it is. It is overall. But like the things that I felt as a kid, younger, that were behind us, are kind of being like recycled and slopped upon us. Like what you were talking about, the New World Orders and all that other stuff. I sent a video to the feed months back about like you literally hear all this replacement shit from a Gerardo Rivera show from 1988. Exact same fucking rhetoric, exact same fucking stats, exact same fucking thing. And it's just legitimately it's just recycling to people who are ignorant of it's already happened. And that's why I always recommend people fucking study history so it doesn't repeat itself.
Right, but we can't always go back in history and see a pattern and line it with now and assume that this is we know who's behind all of these events. We're at a point now where whatever control system is here, they are willing to tell us about their lies to tell another lie. So we have layers and layers of obfuscation. I think that's really what your point now. I want to align with you on that. You know what I mean? Like that's anyway. Because I gotta eat my own lunch. Because in the next year or so, if anybody's still pro Trump and Trump gets full in on this AI smart city plan that I think a lot of people are knowing is coming, backing the crypto and all of this, I mean, there's going to be a point where they're going to have to get off the ship or drown with it as it sinks. So you know, I recognize that fully. But I still like we're still in the game. We're still so deep in this game right now of obfuscation. It's hard to see who the bad guys are.
And here is and I don't disagree with you on that, but you know the bullshit isn't like it's not it's neck deep. It is, but we still have our eyes and we still have our ears and we can still, you know what I mean? We still have the ability to make a decision. And as you were saying earlier, there are bad sources of information that you could bring in. You know, if Whoopi Goldberg says something that I agree with, I will probably question myself a bit, you know, or like it's like same thing like with anything like if you have a statement and someone like on the side that you don't agree like you'd question yourself at least that's the honest thing to do. But what scares me is they're piling on more bullshit now to cover our eyes and cover our ears, and people aren't fighting it. And one of the things I was bringing up in this about that was due process. That is the easiest way to turn that crazy America that you don't like without due process. You could do it in fucking a snap of a finger.
Man, And other thing, right? There's just layers in the cake. What's going on with all the sealed federal indictments? We've never seen this many. There's clearly huge court cases going on in the military behind the scenes. We just don't know what they're really about.
I wish we'd let our military just be evil and not have to worry about the crimes after the fact. But I mean, it's when you see these sealed indictments, and that's the thing. You know, most of them are kind of surrounding one orange dude, man. You can follow his. Like I said, you don't believe that he inherited $400 million, correct?
Well, in my opinion, everyone's focusing on the orange dude when what's being exposed is the military-industrial complex, the intelligence agencies falsifying information, influencing social media influencers. You know, Epstein, Diddy. I mean, you've got people are like, oh, no one's getting arrested, no one's getting in trouble, but we got a list now. We got judges, Democrat judges. We got the appeals court getting stacked. There's all sorts of things happening right now.
But Trump appointed more judges. Trump appointed more judges than any other president, I think, since Reagan or some shit.
Why?
Because the seats are open; they were vacant. That's why. And like I said, since Reagan, that's a long time ago. Most of them died or retired. You know what I mean? But Trump, you're talking about stacking the courts. Trump has appointed more Supreme Court justices than any other president, other than the person who fucking made the Supreme Court for the first place.
And that's what I'm pointing out. Like, people are saying Obama's not going to get arrested, even if, you know, the national security director is exposing him, because they're going to appeal it. But no, the appeals court is stacked, guys. So
Dude,
Trump
Obama's not going to get arrested because
has
it's bullshit.
complete momentum to do whatever he wants. And I'm not still in this, you know, Trump obsession defending. I'm saying I'm trying to vet out with you, you know, where this goes, right?
But
Trump is.
What's Obama done? What's Obama done, guys? It's a bit
What they're claiming is that it's called the Steele dossier. It's what kicked off the Russia investigation. But the problem with that claim is that investigation led to multiple convictions. There was Russian involvement. Donald Trump going on television asking Russia to help hack the DNC, then magically the DNC is hacked. I mean, that's the thing. Like, if the whole release of the Obama thing is to not talk about the fact or the probability that he's on the Epstein list. It's just obfuscating.
So now it's all about Trump being on the list, and there's no one else that important on it. There's no bloodline. There's no big control system we're really trying to expose.
I think Trump is a very narcissistic. I think Trump will protect himself before anyone else. So that's why I make that statement.
Well, I'm just trying to highlight it. Like, it seems like people don't realize how big this control mechanism is. And if we got to martyr Trump on the way, I mean, fuck it, who cares? Right? I think people see that, but they lean towards we're trying to discredit Trump rather than seeing getting with him, even if we were to expose it.
So the thing is this. So let's just say they released all the files and whatever, right? They released everything. The grand jury testimonies, which I don't think they'll ever be able to do. So they released absolutely everything. And Trump's name is in there, right? They're not just going to... I said, what if? I said, what if?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. You know, what if? And his name's in there. They're not just going to say, oh, look, it's Trump. Let's let everybody else go. That's not going to be the case. The reason why Trump is centerpiece is because he made it centerpiece. Part of his campaign was about this. So, like, he put himself in the spotlight for it.
Yeah.
Honestly, if he would have shut the fuck up about it throughout his whole election, I don't think many people would have even cared, I guess, in the long run, because Epstein was dead. Maxwell was in jail.
You realize you have to be following the mainstream rhetoric, though, to be tuned into this, because this is what the mainstream is pushing right now, right? CNN, Rachel Maddow, The View in the morning, they're pushing this rhetoric that Trump is being caught for not releasing what he said he was going to, and now it's probably because we know he was on the list. This is what the mainstream's pushing to discredit Trump. So I'm just wondering, like, where's the catch there? This is why I lean into the designed opposition argument, right? because there's more evidence they're creating problems for him to solve.
When Epstein first went down, right? Back in 18 or whatever, I at that point was like, because I know the man a bit, was like, dude, Donald Trump has to be involved in this some form or fashion. And then it came out that, oh, they're on each other's jets and all that other stuff. Just because you were on the jet doesn't mean you did something. Just because you were on the island doesn't mean you did something. So what this list was supposed to do was basically be, these were the people who were actively going like I can't say the word, actively, like participating with Epstein. That's what that list is, and that's what would exonerate him of those allegations, because you can't deny that he's on the flight list. You can't do that. You can't deny he's publicly admit to friendship. You can't do, like, there's a vivid history. Just because you know someone, I think Boomer said it earlier, you didn't know he was a spider. What did you call it? A spider? I forgot what you said.
A rock spider.
A rock spider.
A
Yeah,
rock
just
spider.
just because you know something, exactly that. I didn't know he was a rock spider. I didn't know
Okay,
any
real
of that.
quick. Do you know what Epstein's job was for the intelligence agencies?
I don't know what it was for the intelligence agency, but the majority of his
What he
clients
did
were.
was he was the guy that worked in on Wall Street, right? So he was the guy getting blackmail on all the big players in Wall Street through this, the buzzword. So we see what happens is, knowing that he's manipulating and playing a facade for people to get them into a place where he can offer these secret pleasures. We know that there are many, 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 many people that were on that island that probably said no when they saw the dark pleasure, right? That's why we know there's a whole culture of people that know what's going on Epstein Island. You also know that they were scared. They knew not to expose it because of who Epstein worked for. So this is the whole background that they're trying to cover up by making this an identity credibility thing about the guy that's popular now. They've all been tricked and manipulated. Our whole world has been manipulated by the system.
And I'm not
it
going
is
to
just
argue
the
with
tip.
you on that aspect of the manipulation. I'm not saying that, but Epstein's job, like the legal one, was basically he was like an advisor, tax helper, financier for the stars, I guess a way to say it, and I would say that gathering blackmail on powerful people, many intelligence agencies, not just ours, would want to participate in that,
I mean, I've heard people talk about this a long time, and honestly, that's not how intelligence agencies work. They don't employ billionaires and millionaires that are known to the public. It would be just outright stupid to employ someone that has this much attention to be like. I've heard in other flat Earth communities say that fucking Epstein was a Mossad agent and shit. It's no.
My statement was many intelligence agencies would like to get that blackmail list. I mean, you don't think Russia would like to get a blackmail list of American politicians that they can influence? So when sanctions come up, they would,
not
just
they would, but it doesn't necessarily mean that he was an undercover agent.
I understand that, but my statement was basically many intelligence agencies would like to have that information. That was my only statement. I didn't name anyone. I specifically didn't name anyone because I've heard that conspiracy, and I hate how everything goes to like Jews are running the world. Like I hate that. But like,
You guys know that? You guys know that the director of the FBI right now spent the last 4 years on podcast with less than 1,000 viewers, releasing everything that he knows about what's going on, and no one cares to go watch it.
Oh, Kash Patel, right?
Yeah. No one cares to go look at it. And
I've watched him.
Everyone's playing this identity credibility bullcrap with the media, and no one really sees the 8-year fabric of stuff that's going on behind the scenes. Like at this point, it's just soundbite wars with the main event of the week.
And I've watched Kash Patel's thing, and I think everybody in MAGA, and this is the most disgusting thing right now. The only person with integrity is fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene, which is.
You like her? I like her too.
No, I don't like her that much.
Okay,
I don't like her that much, but I like her right now.
She has the most integrity, but you don't like her?
It shocks me that she's showing this integrity. I'm shocked. And like I told you with McCain, right? I like that. So at the same time, like I haven't liked many of the things that she's done, but the level of integrity that she's doing here, I like. She's sticking to her guns. I like it. She's not bowing down and just saying, oh, like she's actually doing something, in my opinion, that's commendable.
Yeah, I
Even
wish we had like 20 of her.
I don't wish we had. I wish we had 20 people that had that integrity. I would agree with that, but I don't think I'd go with 20 of hers. I don't think I'd want 20 of anybody in fucking Congress, to be honest. But the thing is, it's just it just shows you, it's to distract us, it's to divide us and keep us separate. And I think we kind of get to these talking points. Like, you like her? I'm like, no, not really. But like I told you, she's showing integrity. Other Republicans are showing integrity. Like Rand Paul, haven't really had much to not like him. I like his views on the Fed. He fucking hates it. So do I. But he's sticking to his guns. I thought Mitt Romney was I told you, didn't like him. He put more people out of work, but he stuck to his guns. Liz Cheney. There are Republicans who stood up, and then the Republicans fucking crucified them for it. So it's
Because they were exposed as being Republicans only in name. They were playing
Rhinos.
both sides, working for the WEF, the World Economic Forum, and that's the connect that a lot of people may be able to go on an individual walk and research and see see some truth here. But this fabric of control has been installed when these people were early. They were got in their 20s, 30s to sign NDAs. That's how a lot of these leaders have been put in place. This is a Soros. And this is,
do you think Liz Cheney do you know who Liz Cheney's dad is, right?
Yeah, she's just
no, that's what I'm saying. Like Dick Cheney, you can, if you wanted to say, is Satan on Earth? You could potentially say, is Dick Cheney around, to answer the question? But at the same time, Liz Cheney stood up because she saw what happened on January 6th, and she was repulsed by it. And that's the thing. I don't want to bring it all the way back to that, but at the end of the day, because everyone's like, what about BML alliance? That's going to be a fucking statement. But at the end of the day, any Republican that literally stood up to that was kicked out. That's not a party, dude. That's a cult. Because a party will hold itself accountable.
It's a dismantling of the uniparty. So every one of those examples, we can see many in the last 10 years. We've got, what's the guy with the eye patch? Crenshaw.
Yeah, Crenshaw.
Yeah. He's been exposed, someone that no one expected. He played this, injured, emotional role for years, and now he's been exposed as being part of this WF fabric, this globalist movement, but posing as a Republican. There's many deep characters that have been exposed in the last 10 years that are I think the backbone why a lot of MAGA people are starting to really be like, oh my God, the uniparty was legit and real. But there's different levels. The majority of the voters are just so uneducated. I think there is a majority of a show going on, and that's the con man vibe a lot of truthers get. Yeah, I think that's the best I can align with it there, though.
So, in your opinion, what was January 6th, 2021?
I think it was an attempt by the intelligence agencies to highlight that as evidence to try to get rid of Trump.
So, what member of the intelligence agency kicked down the doors of Congress?
Well, you could ask which member of the intelligence agencies beat and maimed innocent protesters that were just standing in line.
I watched them planning it on the Donald. So you're gonna,
You watched them plan it on the Donald.
Yep.
Planning to take over the Capitol.
Yep.
Why hasn't that just been shared and gone viral?
It has been.
It has. You have to watch the January 6th committee.
I'd love to see it. because I've watched that all.
Committee.
You had a chance to see it, and you didn't want to look.
Well, I mean, dude, I've seen all the evidence, and there's nothing that stands out because it was all.
You watched all the January 6th committee. You watched that entire thing. That was like 3 months.
Fuck yes, dude.
Okay, so during that time, you didn't see you don't remember. You remember what Bill Barr said? Remember what his own daughter said? Do you remember all these?
I don't have it all memorized. I mean, yeah, it was long.
They were saying the stuff that Omni was mentioning.
What you guys are doing is propagating their lies.
We're propagating the lies of his daughter and Bill Barr.
Their framing of misinformation. Yes.
You don't even know who Bill Barr is.
Wait. What am I lying about?
Bill Barr has also been exposed. Like, guys,
I didn't get this from the January 6th. I got it from my own firsthand experience.
Yep. I'm granting you that.
So why am I propagating a lie then?
Have you watched the live footage of
Yes.
the January 6th event? Or are you
Yes.
just going off of what you think the court told you is real?
I watched the footage as it was unfolding.
I have a question. Who built the nooses?
You know that the intelligence agencies gaslit.
Who built the gallows? Who built the gallows? Who built the gallows?
Who built the gallows?
Yeah, who built the gallows?
The carpenters.
Which intelligence agency built the gallows?
I don't know.
Would you not say that the protesters that were there built the gallows? Would that be a stretch for belief?
Bro, do you realize that they were there protesting a criminal government and were beaten and shot?
They were protesting. What was criminal about the
January
government?
6 protesters were arrested on site while we have criminal politicians that get out of cases that get classified.
Hold on. You're making a moral equivalency. You're making a moral equivalency right now. Hold on. I want
to do then.
I want to stay on this really quick.
You're like, what about January 6th? Like, as some deep implication. You guys don't even know what happened. You're spewing misinformation that the mainstream is spreading.
You said that it was the intelligence agency. So I'm asking you, which intelligence agency built the gallows?
Why? How is that an important, pivotal question? How are the gallows that aren't pivotal in this timeline or plot? And why would it matter who built them?
So I want to be clear. The people who are being, the MAGA faithful who are being summoned on January 6th very much believed that Trump was going to give them the order to overturn the election. They thought
that is propaganda, Omni.
I mean, you say
there's
that.
Evidence saying that he's never even communicated openly about giving them direct directions.
Okay.
It was a big event to be at the Capitol, nothing else. This is
the
fiction of your imagination that you adopted.
And then I'm going to tell you, you're wrong about everything you're saying because you didn't listen to what I said. I watched the people who were planning the go to the Capitol on January 6th, and I'm telling you what they believed.
Okay, so you at least get that's just what they believed. Okay,
yes,
that's fair enough.
That's what they believed. That's correct.
And they believed that the election was stolen, and it went to court cases, over 70 of them, and all of them said that no, it was not. The majority of the judges that voted and judged that way were Trump appointees.
Yep. So they believed
Such lies.
They believed that they were going to.
That's so stupid.
Oh man,
it was pretty dumb. Yeah, I mean,
guys, we know what happened.
Okay, I have a question. What about
media?
this? So,
this media spin is.
Have you heard of the false? Like, have you heard of the false electorates? Have you heard of that?
Go.
So what ended up happening is Donald Trump got states to send false electorates to vote for him, and what he wanted, and why the gallows were built. He wanted Pence to basically accept the false electorates and not the real ones.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's an attempt to overturn an election.
So take all your spin off, take the spin off, and realize that this is totally
what spin
legal.
did I put on it, please? Please tell me what spin I put on.
You guys are both teaming up and implying that he's planning some sort of terroristic attack to go
So why
against
would he
the
have
legal
false electric there?
election
Then
process.
he probably gave the order to build these gallows, according to Omni and Renee. In secret,
Trump,
with
I
hand signs.
don't think Trump gave the order to build the gallows. I think
Yeah, I
that
don't
was
think Trump
something.
gave the order.
I think that's something that.
That's, you know, I understand that No Tanks is just trying to throw a jab in there, but
I like
you
No
know,
Tanks.
You can be.
I
you
like
can
tanks and No Tanks.
Renee did ask, like, which what kind of spin are you guys trying to put on there, and why are you referencing the gallows? So then you guys referenced the gallows. You began with murder, and then painted a picture about secret orders that they believed were occurring. That's the spin that you got on there. That's the spin.
But I mean, do you disagree that there is a chant going out there saying "Hang Mike Pence, Hang Mike Pence"? Do you disagree that was chanted throughout?
I mean, there was probably do you disagree that there was probably at least 2,000 women screaming, "Where the fuck are the bathrooms? Where the fuck are the bathrooms?"
I would. A huge line. I agree. I would say that was probably the case there too. But then they found Nancy Pelosi's desk and just pooped on that. But what I'm saying is, it's one, you had a false set of electorates that were set there. You had Trump telling his vice president, say, "Hey, don't do it this way." What's his name has a pair of fucking nuts magically and does his job. Then you get Jan 6. You get the doors kicked in. And all I'm asking was, which intelligence agency kicks down the doors? Which intelligence agencies built the gallows? What intelligence agency sent the fucking false electorate? It points to one administration. It points to one person. You look at the testimonies from his own daughter, from Bill Barr. You say he's compromised. Bill Barr is a huge giant piece of shit. I mean, he is. But at the same time. At the same time, you're like, okay, if he's willing to quote unquote turn on him, and I'm not saying turn on him in the regards of lying, it's turn on him in regard of telling the truth, and that's the bad part. That's the bad part of what we have. When you turn on Trump, you're telling the truth.
That's certainly how Trump sees it.
Trump is too good.
We're in a very special time, it seems.
It's gonna be interesting. I mean, it's very interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go through the evidence. I've told you there's you can go to a website. I've told you the name of the website, or I told people the name of the website. But yeah, I mean, it seems kind of obvious the election was stolen in whatever fashion you want to give it, whether it was just handwritten or some elaborate scheme. Just seems pretty obvious. As in, the guy won big time prior, won hugely afterwards. The population that didn't vote this time or disappeared or whatever. Seems pretty obvious, along with all of the the manipulations, the courts that somebody appealed to earlier. The ones that were willing to even look at the disclosed information did say, yeah, this is tampering here, but you have to have conclusive evidence that says the entire election was fraudulent, and that's an impossibility, because you need to show each one and then add them all together. But they all require that you add them all together first and then show each one, which would be backwards law. It was an impossibility that they built up for them. Some of the judges even stated that this would be too detrimental to the nation's principles to overthrow this. It's more important that it's that even if it is stolen, that it's more important that it's sustained for integrity.
You know what's funny? That was kind of the stance the Supreme Court took in Gore v. Bush. Yeah, that like what you said right there is kind of the stance the Supreme Court took.
And I question that any judge ever went on the record saying that.
And what's all right? So the record, is that like a distinction that's important, or
where can you point me to a reference for the judge saying, even if it was stolen, it's better that that we uphold it rather than.
I'm driving, but you could probably just look it up. You could probably just Google it.
But in Gore v. Bush, they didn't they kind of they didn't say it like that, but they were talking about like the
Yeah. In Gore versus Bush, yes. In the case of January 6th, where?
no, yeah, they didn't say that then. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
If they're willing to make that
I don't
statement in
think
Gore v. Bush, they'd make it in these too.
I'm not
You know,
and well, I'm not saying it's in regard. It's in. It might have been prior to January 6th. I might,
Well, then in that case, it's not relevant to January 6th.
No, I mean it would be. I'm just saying the evidence that it was stolen is, I think, pretty clear. They literally
Except
built.
for the fact that there is no evidence. I mean,
I can give you the website. It's called. Ready? I bet you'll never look at it. Ready? And it's really easy to remember. It's called "Here Is the Evidence."
Yeah.
.com.
I've seen it.
There you go. So go through the evidence. It's,
Yeah. No.
crowdsourced,
I've been through the evidence.
All right. So the 3,000 pages of links, which all include 3,000 links on each page. You've gone through them all.
Yep. I've gone through a bunch of them.
Man.
I've gone through a bunch of them, and it was all bullshit.
Right. Well, anyway, that is there's a website of crowdsourced. I mean, that's just the tip of the iceberg. I have a video still on my phone, right?
Yeah.
And this is like bizarre, right? I still have the recorded video. I wasn't Jack's something got his Twitter got taken. The president of the United States, current sitting president of the United States, was silenced forcefully. His voice was removed
from Twitter.
And you think you think, and you guys think that there's no overreaching of these guys. These guys aren't willing to do whatever they want to do to get what they want. They're not willing to break the law. They just did it right in front of everybody.
the fear was at that time was because, like, if you watch the January 6th committee, the fear was that he was.
I don't care.
The fear was essentially. You may not care, but like the fear was essentially that he would utilize social media to not stop it, to keep firing up the base.
Yeah. I understand. And the fear was that if he were elected president again, that he would drain the swamp. So that's why they did what they did.
Nope.
Yeah, that was the fear. Oh, I
think it should be pretty clear he's not draining any swamps.
Oh, you see what happened when he tried?
Yes, he is. He just drained part of Alligator for Alligator Alcatraz. They put a little bit. They had to drain it a little bit.
He's not draining any swamps. Nobody who's corrupt is afraid of him because they all know that he makes it completely obvious that he can be bought.
Yeah, so they should be afraid of him, but they're right. They should be afraid of the most powerful man on earth, but they're not. But you think that those people who should be afraid of the most powerful man on earth, but are not corrupt and have power to overthrow him that they could utilize.
It's obvious that he can be bought. He's like, buy me.
Okay, so he's not draining the swamp, but he's also not incompetent at hiring new employees to fill voided positions in government.
Oh, he's absolutely incompetent about his choices. He's not picking.
So he is. So then he is draining the swamp.
He's not picking people because they're good at their job. He's picking people because they professed loyalty to him.
Yeah, so he is draining the swamp then.
No, he's not.
Okay, so he's not incompetent for picking people to replace these swamp sitters.
So first off, you are assuming that they are swampsters or whatever term you use.
Well, that would be the swamp. That would be the
because you're imagining a swamp, and then you're saying either he's draining it by replacing it with psychofence, or he's not because I don't know. So no, you're wrong on both accounts. First off, the swamp was never what you thought it was. Secondly, what he's doing is he's replacing people who actually have some competency in their job with people who have no competency but have unquestioning loyalty to it.
I mean, it's just so he is or he isn't draining the swamp.
He's not.
Okay, so then he's not incompetent at choosing people to replace the swamp sitters.
Oh yeah, he can be both. Yes, he can be both.
He can't be both. Yeah, he can't be both.
Yes, he can. Yes.
All
it takes is for you to be wrong. All it takes is for you to be wrong about the swamp. The same way that you're taken in by this web page of yours.
Oh, okay? if you want to start with like a curse.
923 fact witnesses. Yeah. Okay. Those fact witnesses, those people who signed affidavits, are that to my examination of it, all bullshit. It doesn't it doesn't.
30,000 American bullshitters. I know that seems reasonable.
923 bullshit.
Oh, 3,000. 3,000 American bullshitters.
Your webpage says 923 fact.
Oh, 900. So 1,000.
Yep.
American
Yep.
bullshitters. Okay.
Oh yeah, easy. Of course.
I mean, did they hold? Did these guys hold any position within the voting system?
Many of these people were volunteers for vote counting.
Oh, so these 1,000 volunteer, workers who work the polls are all liars. So the liars.
I don't think they're all liars. I think that these are people who saw ordinary events happening and then decided that they were lying about it. The same way that you believe they were hiding those documents in a briefcase under the desk.
I don't know about that, but the video that I have on my phone,
you do know about that. Of course you do.
The video on my phone that I have that is interesting in regards to briefcase is about the guy I was saying he was banned from Twitter. This is like a month before the president, most powerful man on earth, was then had his voice taken away while other presidents in other countries were threatening our nation. The video I have on my phone is in regards to one of the places that was I think it was in. I'd have to find. I think it might have been in like Michigan, right? So it was a huge place. It was a stadium for sports, etc. And there was a report that there was this van, right, that backed in there and unloaded all these ballots, yada yada yada, right? Now I saw the video, right, like when it first came out on one of these right wing media, Veritas guys, Twitter profiles, right? A bunch of people saw it. The guy got banned from Twitter, and then on the news, I still have the news. I have the clip. Then on the news, right, comes in so I watched the two vans come in. These guys got out. They looked a specific way. Then I watched the news report of it. And it's a van with like painters on the side, like, house painters or something, residential carpentry painted on the side of it. They get out of the van with a red Ryder wagon with little folders and notes that their kids wrote them for Father's Day. And they're like, and Trump and MAGA people think that this is a conspiracy. I would literally watch them switch out reality with a lie. I watched that happen. I mean, you can't convince me that they're telling the truth when I watch them change reality for you.
Yeah, right. You have no idea what you saw. You just were told a narrative, and you decided you believe it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened.
I saw the center. I saw the timestamp. I saw all the things that would correspond to evidence, conclusive evidence, timestamp, the folders, the ballots, high definition viewing, the van.
You have no idea what you're looking at. You don't know how the process works.
Dude, in the middle at 4 a.m. No process works like that. None. And they don't come in, they go out, if anything. So I watch them do it. I watch them bring it. I watch there's just, if you guys are gonna that's the thing. I've
seen all of this, and I've seen more than you have. Because like I said, I was in those communities watching them plan it, watching them trying to figure out whether or not they could bring guns into DC and how they could do it.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. I mean, that is interesting, and that is an hour. And I'm sure there's people who are, but most of these people, like the people who volunteer at the, when I go to vote in my township, and they're like, oh, you live in that neighborhood, great, you're right here, and they're nice old ladies. They're not awful people. Like they're not 1,000 liars and bullshitters.
Why were you in those platforms while they were having those conversations?
Because, like I said, I'm fascinated for the same reason I'm on flat Earth.
Yeah, so it's like if you
fascinated by people who live in different realities.
Yeah, so there's only one reality, right? So if you saw like 100 innocent people, I watched 5 murders. It doesn't just because you watch 100 innocent people. The 5 murders is where the guilt is. That's it. I don't need to see every.
You were so fascinated by it that you chose to have your name associated in the group by being there while they were talking about it?
Yep.
He's an omnivore.
He's an arc.
That's what it sounds like.
I mean, you can believe whatever you want to believe there, but the fact is, I know of what I speak, and you don't. So
that's a criminal offence. You know that, knowing the concern.
It's a criminal offence.
No. Everybody got
knowing the concern.
It's not. Everybody got pardoned
around here.
Everybody got pardoned.
Knowing
so
the
no.
concern. It's
It's
knowing the
not.
concern. That's what the criminal offence is in the UK, anyway.
Well, here everyone got pardoned. So
yeah, I don't. Anyway, I don't live in the UK, so sorry.
No, but I would imagine.
Yeah,
Just as a
before you go to the
guess,
UK,
it would
I
most
would just
probably
imagine that. Yeah.
it would
Before
be
you go
the
to the
same
UK, I just want to
in the
finish
US.
off that it's pretty obvious. I mean, it's super obvious. Anybody who could be, I try to be. I mean, I'm not objective, but if I were to even imagine being objective, I would say it's pretty. Yeah. If you could even be, if you could do it, right? If anybody could do it, be an objective, you would see this is a clear case of bullshit, right? Like it's stolen out. The guy won before, he won after. During the time where he didn't win, buildings were boarded up, people were silenced online. Narratives were shut down. Others were promoted. It's an entire pandemic took place. Different types of voting seem to be necessary due to this shutting down of the world. It seems kind of obvious, and to say it's not, I feel like that's a little bit crazy, a little bit disconnected.
from my recollection, if the Democrats would have ran a candidate named not Trump, that person would have won. There was a giant
Yeah,
referendum.
that was the narrative. But the guy named Trump won before and after.
And that's the frustrating part is the after, because instead of finding someone that's just not Trump, we found Jelly Brain Biden. And if he would have stuck to his original campaign speech of "I'm a steady hand on the wheel and I'm handing this off," I think that Trump wouldn't have won. But when you come in and make stupid fucking statements like "I'm going to pick a black VP," like the dumbest shit ever you could have said, all he had to do is say, "I'm going to pick the best candidate," and then he could have picked whoever the fuck he wanted and picked her, and it would have been not what it ended up being. So it's just like the Democrats, in my opinion, they don't know how to win.
So you're blaming the black woman for their fault?
No, I'm not at all. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. So I don't know where you got that from. But I don't know. I didn't say that though. But the long and short of it is the Democrats, they don't understand that the Hollywood elites that like kind of focus them aren't the fucking people that vote for them. It's the working class. It is a group of people that felt they're being left behind by these agendas, and it disenfranchised 7 million people to not vote at all that voted in the last election. So I mean, it wasn't Donald Trump won; it's the Democrats lost.
That's the narrative that you have to believe that calling on the black woman or whatever mistake they made is what disenfranchised millions of people to not. Yeah, I know I know that, but yeah, many. That's why the millions upon. Maybe you start with 7, they say 100 million, whatever. Millions upon millions of people just disappeared from the not stolen election. You have to believe that because he said
7 million people.
check out the black
7 million
baby.
people. 7 million people basically just didn't vote.
I know all the voters, all the eligible voters disappeared after the not stolen election.
No, thanks. No, it's not that. It's like so, like say I'm just throwing out a number, right? So say 100 million people voted in the last election. 7 million people the next election out of that 100 million just said, "I'm not voting. I'm sick of this shit." And
no, I know. More. What I'm pointing out is the discrepancy, which I don't know. You can find the chart that everybody was circling around. If that one's even true, but you can find the one that's actually true. But what I'm referencing is the phenomena that more people than are available in the United States of the legal voting age voted in the not stolen election that disappeared in the one where Donald Trump recently won.
Well, they didn't disappear.
I.e., it's stolen.
That's what I'm saying. It didn't disappear, and that's why you can say, "Hey, like I said, this election, 100 million people voted." And then, you do the math and you can see of those people who voted last time didn't vote this time at all. It wasn't I voted.
Yeah, I get it. Your reason is because they were like, fuck this shit. And a lot of other people's reasons is because they never existed.
And the thing is, they scrubbed these election things so many times. I just don't
any evidence. Yeah, to support that people never existed.
And the problem is when you go to who has really tried to manipulate elections, the people who end up getting convicted most times were the Republicans.
Yep.
People who voted twice, people like legitimately, if you actually want to go to convictions and stuff, the Republican side has tried to manipulate elections way worse than Democrats. I mean, they've been caught doing it.
Facts.
But in
Because
like
the
in like a,
liberals
yeah,
got
but
morally
voting
hijacked.
twice.
Right? The liberals were the good party. Like if you go back in the past, the OG liberals were like they had the higher moral standard. It's known they were like a backbone to the back and forth, and that got hijacked over time.
Dude, I just want to
So-
point out real quick that voting twice is not some sort of elaborate government insider CIA FBI plan. You think that, like, if you guys imagine the CIA was like, listen, guys, we know how to do it. Just get in line again. No, dude, that's just some dude getting in line again.
And I get that, but the thing is that dude just getting in line again. What you just said is not a it's not an orchestrate order from above. That's their own electorate making a conscious choice to commit fraud, to commit a felony, to disenfranchise.
Yeah, I don't even know.
So-
I don't even know. I've never been able to vote twice under my same name. It's already read. It's already logged in. I don't know if that even works, but I think I'll try it.
You can look up the court case because I think there's a few convictions for exactly stuff like that. You know,
I mean,
and-
I can
and-
imagine. I can imagine it working like early 30s or something. I don't know.
No, like I said, that's the best thing about like court cases. You read and they have clauses, and then they place the evidence, what this individual allegedly did, and shit like that. Like all of that stuff, it's documented and it's there forever.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's false. It's just some dude getting in line twice. I don't know what he was doing, who he is, what his standards were, but yeah, that would have to be before computers. I know I can't lie. I know
This
I
was
can't
last
vote twice.
election. This was
Oh.
literally this was the last election. This was the one that you said that was fraudulent.
Oh, okay. Well, I know I can't vote twice. I tried. Not under my same name. Not under my same name. Like that.
You should admit that recording things, but I mean, some people get in trouble for trying to like I have if you have a residence in multiple states, you know, that's one way to try to do it. You know, there's ways to try, but
Yeah, listen, you guys can go into your UK thing. That's fine. I just want to point out that it's super objective that that shit was stolen, manipulated. I don't know, played with all the little, just even the little things that I named. I mean, we could go on for days. They went on for months. They're still going. So I mean, Steele dossier, all the shit. We could go on with all the shit. It seems pretty obvious.
You guys at least know that Trump talks about central casting all the time. Like he like drops it in his speeches all the time, like covertly.
I can't think of one direct quote from him like that. You know, I know of many. Other than that, you know, this election cycle, I heard him talk about eating dogs and cats. I heard him talk about Hannibal Lecter. I heard him talk about tariffs. I heard him talk about like I have not heard. That's the thing. Like if he is saying it, he's not vocalizing it.
What kind of people was he saying were eating dogs and cats again? If anybody remembers?
Patients, I think. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
They're eating the
They're
dog.
eating the dog.
They're eating the dogs.
cat.
They're eating the cats.
I don't feel like that response approached my point, but I don't know. Man, I guess we're just talking, so it doesn't matter.
Well, the reason why I say that it's you know, not only does the right wing media doesn't even promote kind of what you're saying. You said like he says it all the time. You know, eventually it would surface as a soundbite. You know.
It's just weird. It's apparent he's speaking in steganography. He's encoding a lot more in what he's saying. So a lot of people hear it as like, "Oh, that's just goofy. What the fuck?" But when
You say he's talking in an enigma,
or in steganography.
it's like an enigma, right?
Well, yeah, I guess so. You could say that. I mean, it's just kind of more abstract, or maybe less abstract. Yeah. So it's basically providing a deeper layer of communication behind it with keywords.
I'll give it a rest.
Yeah, see, it's like a lot of people have kind of they've heard enough of that bullshit. So if you know about it, you know about it.
Everyone's still. I mean, there are still people going on about 5D chess, aren't they? Do you know what I mean? Come on.
Yeah.
Yep.
I get it.
There are some retards. I mean, dude, I know a couple. It's still coming. It's a coming. Dude.
Trust the plan, everybody. Just believe.
I don't trust the plan. I wouldn't trust it if it came from the Democrats either. And that's the thing. Then unfortunately, like I have to sit and demonize one side, and the thing is, it sounds like I speak for the other. I don't speak for either. But I'll be running for president in about 2 years, so don't worry about it.
Nice.
Fuck yeah. You got
don't worry about it.
You saving up?
Yeah, I realize the only thing that differentiates me from Donald Trump is I've made slightly less money. I have the same number of baby mothers. I've slept with porn stars. There's very little that differentiates me.
Well, you're far more coherent. I mean, that might be a problem for you.
I also think I bet you're taller too. He's tall, but I don't think.
He's close. But that should help me a bit, you know. Stand next to my opponent and put my hand on top of their head, you know, in every picture op. Like, here you go.
If Trump is as bad as you guys say he is, and he's president now, I think it would be stupid to underestimate him. I think he's a witty criminal. If I grant what you guys are sharing.
He's an abject moron, is what he is, and he's been able to exist in life. He's been able to exist in life because he's a nepo baby. That's why.
You can't have that both ways. Like, you really can't. I feel like that's
Why
just
not?
like a
I'm not
bias
asking
that
for both ways.
Yes, you
like,
can.
oh, I watched the libtards share the social
He's a
media
nepo baby.
and I
That's
used
the
his
thing.
sound bites to make him seem retarded, but he's actually a business genius and became president. You know, I'm going to totally
He's not a business genius. That's the thing. That's the lie.
Yeah, he is.
No, he's not. He inherited. So this is
because he used all the loopholes, all the people that don't put their name out in the public used.
Hold on. So
no, that was the whole sentence.
Do you think how much money do you think he got from the Fred? Do you know what the Fred Trump empire was? Do you know what that was? Do you know what?
You're trying to drive the rhetoric, and I'm trying.
I'm asking. No, I'm asking you a question.
I'm gonna let you drive it because I brought up the topic.
Oh, and I'm asking because you called him a business genius. So because of all this bullshit, and I'm just trying to focus this. What do you think? Fred Trump? That's his dad. What do you think Fred Trump did?
Provided middle income housing for lower Manhattan.
Yeah. Based off of the New Deal. Yeah, and then on that portfolio,
kicked a lot of upper echelon assholes, providing cheap housing for nepotistic family members and business relations.
Yeah, but so of that,
he's been fighting the upper echelon for decades and decades.
No. So
that's a great point, dude. Thanks for pointing that
out. Of that portfolio, he inherited money from that portfolio. He claims all he got. This is from his own fucking mouth, and this is why he's a fucking liar. He claims that he got a small loan of $1 million from his dad. Did you hear that claim being made by him before? Or have you heard of that claim being made by him before?
You know what part of a million billions are? Or billions is?
Can we focus on the question?
It takes 1,000 million to make a billion. I just thought I'd just point that out.
I know that. Believe me,
that's a great question, man.
I know that. But
if you got the answer, I'd like to hear it. I don't have the answer.
The question I asked you was, do you think that that's all he got from his father? A small loan of $1 million.
I don't know, dude. Do you know?
So
yeah. You see how your questioning is pointed towards trying to discredit him instead of engaging in the topic I brought up?
No,
you're saying let me boil this down, but you're trying to drive this rhetoric
and you're not
and
listening.
ask questions you think are important.
So I asked you if he thought. So if you can build an empire, because you just try to make a point. Oh, he's worth billions now, and he got a small loan of $1 million.
Yeah.
No, that was the point you were trying to make, correct? Yes, that was the point you were trying to make, correct? That was the point.
He's not going to let you interact with him. He's insistent on talking over you.
What? He's talking over me. He started talking over me as soon as I started making this point, trying to drive this into a questionnaire. He thinks
every time he went to make a point, you interrupted him.
That's not true at all. I'm only trying to get this point across before he tries to hijack it.
Okay, so I'm not trying to hijack it. What I'm saying is it is proven in court cases that Donald Trump received over $400 million from his father and didn't pay taxes, inheritance tax on it at all.
Okay.
What Donald Trump is a nepo baby.
I get it. I get it. You just share what you have about him. Go ahead.
He's a nepo baby. He failed up.
He's very good at ringing the system. He's very, very adept at ringing the system. He's very, very good at building an investment portfolio, and he's also exceptionally good at bankrupting things and walking away. That's what he's very. Those are his skills.
We can all read about this from
he's an absolute
radical
retard.
liberals on the mainstream, guys.
He's an idiot. He's stupid. He's incompetent. He doesn't know what he's
agree.
doing, and that's how he became president.
Yep, we get
and
it.
rich.
If Donald Trump would have just took his inheritance and put it in the S&P 500, he would be a billionaire way more than he is now, 5 times over, without him making one fucking decision.
Yeah,
you realize that?
Yep. And then he's also not draining the swamp while replacing the swamp with incompetent, I don't know, workers, loyalists. I don't know what to call them.
Sycophant. The word you're looking for is sycophants.
Yeah.
Sycophants. Yeah, sycophant. So he's not draining, and he's not stupid and stupid, and he's genius, not genius. He's a enigma. Somebody said that earlier. Enigma.
No, he's
definitely not draining the swamp. No, anybody who believed he was draining the swamp was a fucking idiot. He's never going to do that.
Oh, then he's not.
He is the swamp.
Then he's not incompetent at replacing people in governmental.
No, you're wrong about both. You don't know who the swamp is. You're just taking his word for it, and he's replacing it with people who, if anything, are more swampy than the guys he's replacing.
Okay, so how could people who have so they're incompetent, inexperienced replacements?
Yes.
Okay, but they are swamp, which is definitionally somebody who has years and years and years of experience.
No.
Not at all.
The swamp is corruption. The swamp is corruption.
Yeah.
If you think just
it could be. The swamp can be 20.
Replacing people who know what they're doing, you might actually be right about that from a practical standpoint. But I promise you, it's not the pious situation that you thought you were lauding.
Well, I mean, when I look at a swamp, right, it's disgusting. Little bubbles, very little movement, just sluggish, and that sounds like a swamp to me. You're saying that's not the description of a swamp. Those who just sit in government, twiddle their thumbs, spin wheels, nothing happens. That's not swamp.
They're not sitting
he's replacing
their own pockets.
He's replacing it with people who can't even spin the wheels properly.
Okay, so he is replacing it, but not replacing it.
He's replacing it with.
He's replacing it with something worse.
Yeah.
All right, so he is draining the swamp. All right, thank you.
No, he's not draining the swamp. You're wrong.
He's making it worse.
He's not choosing incompetence.
You are wrong about what the swamp is. You were told what the swamp is. You've decided you believe it, and now you're captured.
Listen, I'm trying to be objective, right? Like, if you go up to somebody, say,
you're not being objective. You like Trump. You're not objective.
The
you guys hate Trump. None of you are objective either. You have a raging hard-on for talking shit about him. It's hilarious.
No one's
got hard on for Trump.
And define the swamp to them. Say swamp is those
no Tank's going to do this. No Tanks, you could do this all afternoon. No Tanks, it's pointless.
And then you say that definition to somebody, right? Somebody mute pauses. So then you say that definition to somebody, and then you show them the opposite of that, and they say, no, you didn't do what is definitional.
Yeah, because you're wrong about your baseline assumptions.
Yeah, what you think is the swamp is not what we're calling the swamp.
Yeah, what do you guys think the swamp is?
Corruption.
All the corruption.
Is it new money, like new corruption, like Titanic?
Some of it is. Some of it's institutionalized. Some of it transitions between parties as they come in and out with their lobbyist cohorts. So it's inherently dynamic on one level and it's inherently institutionalized on another. He's not just saying, I'm getting rid of all the older people, you idiot.
No, he did say that, though. He said it just
No,
like
he
that.
didn't.
He said he was getting. Who've been in positions of power for far too long, getting nothing done. Drain the swamp.
He called AOC the swamp when she was 10 seconds up in politics, you idiot.
She walked into the swamp, and she would probably look pretty hot in like some seaweed, maybe.
So
Anyway,
Tank,
no tanks. Do you think Trump? Are you still a big fan of Trump? No tanks.
It's not about this. This is the thing I'm a fan of, right? Is I take sides when there is contradictions in your worldview, such as draining and not draining at the same time in the same way.
No, he said he said he was going to drain it. He's not draining it. He's making things worse. There's no contradiction in my position. I always said he wasn't going to do anything useful, and he just made things worse. There's no contradiction there.
That's totally different. You see, what you quantify subjectively as useful and such is not the definition of the swamp. And making it worse.
If the swamp is useless,
your subjective opinion is not.
If the swamp is definitionally useless, he's making it more useless. That's all he's doing.
Yeah,
He
never said I'm going to drain whatever I believe is useful and worth doing.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Who has he got rid of? Who's corrupt? Who's he got rid of on corruption charges?
Yeah, I mean we can look into that if you like, but the objective.
Of course you can. Yeah. In your own time, you fettling idiot.
Well, that's what I'm asking. If you guys take
I looked at your evidence. So I knew about your evidence page, no tanks. And it's
I told it to you last time.
Bullshit.
Coming soon.
You're setting your own little
evidence
fake
is
goalpost,
coming
you guys.
soon. But tanks, but tanks. You said that all we want to do is talk shit about Trump. I'm giving you facts
100%.
about him.
100%.
And
The passion comes out anytime someone talks about this situation with Trump.
I'm giving you
It's so
facts
strange.
about him. That's the difference. And if you perceive it as bad, that's your own mind doing that.
Good.
I participated for a little while there, and it just got to a point where I was like, all right, so it's going to speed up constantly, and we're not going to actually get more complex. We're going to get less as we go with this topic. So I mean,
it's not going to be reasoned. It seems. I mean, if you guys can't even find that you're again the claim, right, that he's replacing people in governmental positions with incompetent workers is what your position is, while he's not removing people who have been in those positions for too long, being i.e. drain the swamp, then it's like, how can we just move forward with like what should happen or what's going on?
Right. We can't because you're misunderstanding what the issue with the swamp is. It's not people who have been there for a long time. It's people who are corrupt.
Yeah, that's how he was talking about. He was talking about institutionalized, non-partisan corruption inside the Senate and the Congress at state level. He was talking about lobbyists. He was talking about politicians and senators and congressmen who feather their own nests. That sort of thing. He's done nothing. He's done nothing for any of that, and nothing.
So, like, what a good
Nancy
step.
Pelosi's regime is over finally. She's like 900 years old. Mitch McConnell. Guys, there's a fat list. You're just not paying attention.
Yeah, there is.
You're just not watching.
There's another one too. I don't remember. There's another big name. But this is the thing. Like to take those steps, right? Like this is what I'm trying to point out. To take those steps, like Paz is saying, he's not taking the steps to remove the corruption in the highest seats of the Senate and Congress. I would say, objectively, right? The first thing you would want to do is make sure you have a FBI and a CIA, the people, to investigate those on your side and clean. Wouldn't that be a good step objectively, or no?
No, because those two institutions are not supposed to be politically motivated on any in any base form or fashion.
Department of Justice,
should not be politicized. Those two.
Okay, who do we get? We get the January 6th guys. Who do you guys want? We get those guys.
No, I mean that's the thing. You would do a committee. You would do a committee in Congress and do an exploratory. That would be a way to potentially do it, and that would be a way to present evidence to these intelligence bodies for people that potentially need to be investigated. I'd love that.
Like the 9/11 committee. So if
it was read by Bill Barr.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like so if it was flipped around, like for Paz, yourself, and Omni, and it was the exact other way around. I don't know who your guys' dream team is. I don't know if it was Barack Obama. Flipped around, or I don't know who everybody's dream guy is or girl.
Biden. You want Biden? You don't miss Biden? Come on.
Well, then Biden. Whoever, if it was flipped
let's
around,
just use Biden,
right? And people were pushing for decades the narrative that the Biden, Obama, I don't know, administration, Clinton administration, had people, or I'm sorry, the Trump dude from Florida, dude from California, or dude from Florida
Get
had
to the fucking point.
had deep roots in the FBI and CIA to protect them. You wouldn't, if it was flipped around, you guys wouldn't say we need to clean house at the bottom in order to get the guys at the top. You wouldn't think that's the way to go.
Yeah, so I would say, like, when you look at the Democratic Party, you look at, there was a
Ted Cruz,
dude.
that was a Ted Cruz motherfucker.
Well, there's a
If
guy.
I believe your conspiracy theory, I might have the same conclusions, but I don't.
Well, the thing is, it's like
if you had it, yeah.
But when you look at the Democratic Party, there was a guy named Al Franken who was a comedian on Saturday Night Live, and there was a picture of him that came out from well before he was in politics, doing some gesture to a woman. They kick him out. Then you have basically a sex offender and this fucker from Alabama, and everybody in the Republican Party stands behind them. The Republican Party is not the party of accountability, and it used to be. I thought at least it used to be.
Yeah, thank God Trump came along and debranded it.
Are you talking about that Moore guy? MORE?
Yeah. Yes, those Moors kick them out of southern Spain too.
So then you guys you still agree that even if it was flipped, if you had the other parties in, you had Ted Cruz and Gavin and the other guy.
Well, Cruz is a Republican. Cruz is a Republican, right?
Yeah, I know. If you had Ron DeSantis, Ted Cruz, and Donald Trump, where just flip it around. That's Obama, Clinton, and Biden. Flip it around, and they've been in there. Cruz and family. They've all been in there now for 12 years, right? And you're like, we can't get anybody at the top. We go to the FBI. They go, we don't know anything. Oh, suddenly an FBI guy hangs himself, and then Trump, he cackles, and Cruz high fives him. And then they laugh at a dinner party and get millions of dollars. If it was flipped around the other way, you wouldn't say, you know what, we need to start by cleaning house at the bottom with these FBI, CIA departments. Of course you would. So how could you? Yeah.
In the same way as that the Trump and his lot have been saying, oh, there's a list. If we get voted, the list's coming out, and then 20 minutes later, oh, there's no list. Because once you actually have to do the job and stop bullshitting and go and find the stuff there is and look at it and present it, then you've got to get back into reality. And which is why they're now saying there's no list and everyone's losing their fucking minds over it. Because what he's done is he created it over a period of 2 years, including running on it for president. He created a web of bullshit about this list and all these people on it. And either the list doesn't exist or they're hiding the list. He's in a lose-lose situation of his own fucking making.
Yep.
No, that's really just a mainstream propagation right now. That's a good job. That's
Of
what
course.
CNN is
Of course.
rolling. I mean, did you
What
watch
is the
CNN
other?
this morning and you decided to get on here and share that?
No. What's the other?
I mean, guys, you got to realize there's nuances to it. If that's the main story,
what's
the catch? Why do they want us to think about that?
They don't
give it a rest.
Okay.
5G chess again, isn't it? It's 5G fucking
No,
chess every time.
Bro, that's crazy to say 5D chess right there. Totally separate point, bro. That's just a normal idea that has layers in it.
So much winning. How many farms have gone bankrupt through his 2 presidencies? I think it's like a historic amount.
There's
So
going
much
to be a
winning.
bunch more coming down the pike when the
Oh fuck yeah!
stops.
So much winning. So much winning.
Guys, you're just making up stuff, literally.
How am I waking up farm bankruptcies? I made that up
Yeah, maybe you should go look at the agricultural deal that he made.
with China. The first
Yeah.
one that China didn't buy. They said they were going to spend $250 million. They spent like $2.5 billion or some shit. And then the equipment deal from now no longer even an American company, John Deere, basically. That equipment deal that China didn't even buy anything from. That deal, that's the one. Because that was
Go
the
check out
first
what's
tariff.
happened with it all.
I just told you what happened.
No, you're
China
making up a
spent
projection of.
1%. China paid 1%
You're spinning it.
of that agricultural market, and then started buying soy and everything else from other countries, saying "Fuck you, America! Fuck you, American farmers! We don't need your shit. We don't
No,
need
it's
your
a
bullshit."
multi-billion-dollar deal exempt from the current tariffs, which is currently streamlining major investment into our country because the CCP just got disarmed from the buyer's market in America. So you're just, I mean, Maybe a couple months till that goes mainstream, but
can you show me any can you send me direct message or in the chat anything that confirms what you just said?
no, but I would like you to confirm everything you're saying now in
I said,
documentation and source form.
and I
From now on,
can
I'm
with
just
the,
not, I'm not going to credit it.
I can with farm bankruptcies, and I can with the 400 million that he inherited. I can with every claim that I made.
don't like
And if
what
we
I
want to
say,
go
that's
that
for,
route, but I
source.
ask you for one thing: this deal, which should be public, which everyone fucking would want to talk about, but
It
I don't
is
see
public.
it in.
He does
So where is it?
Guys, he does 8-hour breakdowns of all this stuff in the Oval Office. It's the first president to ever do it, to come out and risk talking to the public for 8-hour sections. And he does it for weeks, week after week after week. If you're not listening to that stuff, then that's what I will refer you to.
Where is the trade deal?
Explain it himself. He's explained his strategy. Just because I listened to it.
I'm just saying, where's the trade deal?
It's a
Because
1536 timestamp video on YouTube 2 weeks ago. I don't know. I really don't know, man.
no, I'm just saying,
I think that's like a
can you
pro- like,
point
the
me?
thing- the difference-
Can you point me to a publication or anything that I could? I watched fucking. I watched a 5-hour fucking documentary on fucking masonry and all this other shit. I'll watch fucking anything. I promise. If you can point me to this, I will watch it. I can point you to documented things for everything I've said to you. I'm just asking for this one. That's all I'm asking for.
My messages aren't loaded with all the sources that you're saying.
So your messages aren't loaded with sources.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not talking about. We're not dealing in sources right now. We're not in a debate. We're in a conversation. Right?
I understand that, but the thing is, you're making a claim. You're making a claim that there's this fucking deal. I said there is no fucking deal. I think it's bullshit. That's my claim, and I'm asking you to prove it.
Okay, you want to make it about sources? Okay.
No, I'm not making it about sources. I'm not. I'm trying not. But what you're talking about, where you're this hill that you're building to die on, but it doesn't even fucking exist. It truly doesn't exist. There is no deal.
Let me channel proof through the audio stream.
Are you sending?
Yeah, I'll try to find some for you, man.
Oh, I thought I don't know.
Dude, seriously, can I ask, like, what do you expect me to have on the tip of my fingers? For
What I would expect you to have would be
it's kind of like a separate,
so here,
related point.
you know what?
I do think that it's
hold on, I'll show you. I'll
like
tell you exactly.
Where the one side doesn't think it's admirable, they think it's like ridiculous and not proper, etc. That you can literally get on the internet and talk to your president for the first time ever. It's pretty fucking crazy. He talks to the people, he communicates with them. I think it's actually pretty crazy. I personally had a response on a thread that from Eric Trump, not Donald Trump or Don Trump, but it's just unbelievable. Maybe it's just technology. It's pretty crazy, but yeah, you can hear what your president says directly now. It's nuts.
Yep, I listened to the mainstream media attack Trump for 4+ years. So now that he's winning, if you're at the point where you're supporting the mainstream media and trying to discredit him, they had their chance. They looked at him under a microscope unfairly and fairly. What we have now is what we, as America, agreed to. Nobody stood up before. This is where we're at. So whatever game we're playing, let's say Trump is the worst guy on the fucking planet, he's tricked everybody. This is a very slippery slope. Why isn't everybody fear-mongering about the situation we're falling into with a tyrannical leader? Well, you're not, because you think the system's going to keep flowing as normal because the president's not that important. There's clearly a system larger than the president controlling all this. There's a larger fabric. Some people don't even grant that. Our world is so wild.
I thought that fabric was called the swamp. I was under the impression that fabric was the swamp.
Mm-hmm.
But isn't the system supposed to distribute power a little bit, not to make him into a king?
Yeah, the balance of powers.
So, yes. So wouldn't that be you could say, I would say, what I heard about the criticism isn't that he's we are extremely worried about. I think when people say we are worried about the world falling apart, I think it's more him doing bad policies, not doing this illegal stuff in terms of international policies, but what he does in his own country. If I was American, I would be very worried. It seemed to be he's pressuring judicial systems. There's probably it's just it's a lot of stuff. So I'm not American, so I don't know all the details. But I do remember like there were some things that I looked a little bit closer into, especially like around the January 6th stuff, which had my like red flag coming up, and especially like that phone call with Trump Raffensperger, that was like extremely, to me it's just, for me it's just blatantly corruption. That's just corruption what he did there. I would say that. Maybe it's not illegal in America, but I would call that corruption. It would be outrageous if it happened in my country. And over there, it's like you're arguing over the specific words that he used. But Trump specifically like calling a secretary to like discuss an audit, I would say that alone is like cause for worry, I would say. Like discussing the result of the audit before it happened. That is, to me, it's very insane.
You're talking about when he asked Raffensperger to find enough votes. He used the
Yeah,
term
yes, that stuff. Yeah, I remember I heard all of it. It was, to me, it was like, because there's like so much hearsay, but like that was a phone call. Everybody could hear what he said. There is no wish-washy stuff there. Like everybody heard the whole stuff, the whole phone call. It was public.
Tanks, I sent you in your direct message what the phase 1 article that, like, if what you're saying was real, you would have something that looks something like this. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
Did you post it? And
I put it. I sent a DM. I can put it in the chat if you want me to.
no, you're good. You're good. Okay. What I'm gonna do, I'll find the Oval Office press release where he's talking, because he has some guy come up and talk about it. Talks about their relationship with the CCP and what they're doing to
And
combat
the difference this time, China's initial plan in the first trade war was to sit, lay on the ground, cover your fucking good bits, and this will go away. That was their initial plan. That's why they had a deal. Now all you're hearing is words because no one is doing a deal. There is no deal. That's why you don't get that article that you're talking about. Like, that's why you don't get, like, that's a Fox News article I sent you. So like if that deal that you were talking about earlier existed in reality, other than the bullshit that comes out of this administration's mouth, you would see an article similar to that. Am I wrong?
No, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. That's fine. That's
Well, I don't think you're wrong about the foundational logic in questioning, saying, why the fuck isn't there an article telling me about this? Right? But I don't know, I've just, to take the dog out of the fight, me being, because I have a lot of hype around it and excitement, seeing the pattern and the strategy, let me take myself out of that. The evidence for this is still in the game right now. And we only hear about it in the form of, like, in the Oval Office, Trump is letting a lot of like business owners and government contractors come in and talk, like 20, 30-minute segments. And they're breaking down exactly how things are going to change and how they're interacting. And they've spoken directly on how they're engaging with the CCP and how they plan to
have you ever
basically siege. Well, hold up. They're gonna siege the CCP. They're gonna restrict them from the United States buyer's market to help China rebuild its infrastructure.
have you ever been on like an earnings call before? Or like any type of like statements, like for a stock company, like you can, like, even like Tesla, right? If you own some shares, you get like a letter saying, "Hey, we have this call on this date," and they literally start the call off saying, "Hey, everything we kind of say on this call is bullshit. Take it for what your word." I'm thumbing it up. But if they were to take things from that call and make a press announcement and all that other stuff, that would go into wire fraud, criminal, like that'd be a criminal act. You're not seeing any of these things that they're talking about come in reality for that exact reason. They can sit around and talk all the fuck they want. They can say whatever the fuck they want to say. But unless you see something form from it, it's bullshit, dude.
But we're seeing it form from it. we're seeing the CCP, which is heavily monetized TikTok and other internet systems to ship cheap products here, are now being heavily tariffed, while the
TikTok's not
agriculture
tariff.
industry, all the
TikTok's not
backbone
tariff.
industry. Oh my god.
There's no tariff on TikTok, and there was a ban that was coming to TikTok that Trump said, "No, we don't want to do that anymore."
Yeah, China sells a lot of products through TikTok through affiliate marketing. So the agricultural industry is exempt from these tariffs. That's why that deal is important. It doesn't really matter that much about the public reports on where that money's going, because what it's doing is it's creating a channel for the non CCP aspects of China to still trade food back and forth without the tariffs. So I mean, it's amazing pre-positioning, like in my opinion.
Mhm.
But I mean, I'm telling you, this is where people cackle about the 5D chess possibility. But I mean, the way he's positioning these tariffs and setting America up to have our own manufacturing, and he's monetizing our buyer's market, he's actually leveraging it, I think is just impossible to say it's not brilliant. And
So
I'm not.
China, their market, right? So number one market for soybeans is now Brazil. That used to be us. Their second market is Argentina, Uruguay. Then Europe for pork. That used to be us as well. Australia for canola and apples. That used to be us. And we kind of have a monopoly on sugar. So, corn and all that other stuff, that's what they're getting. But the imports are down. None of the things you're saying is coming into the data. None of it.
You recognize that they just got implemented, and a
When?
lot of these things take time. All right, so manufacturing plants can't be built in a year, 4 years.
Mhm.
Right,
I agree.
it takes time. All these systems are rolled out, and it's they're on the way. They're incoming. All the incentives are in place. So, are you saying the infrastructure is not there? So you don't think they're just not good decisions?
Oh, we have the infrastructure for
No,
agriculture already here.
no. The infrastructure that he's just green lighted to be built. All the new manufacturing.
I haven't seen anything on it. What is he greenlighted to be built? I
So
haven't
like
seen anything.
Toyota and Honda are bringing their manufacturing back to the United States.
Okay.
There's no tariff from anything produced in the United States. There's just a blanket incentive to move any manufacturing here now. Yeah, it's just a floodgate for incentive to manufacture here.
Okay, and of all of the things that we would need to manufacture here now because of the tariffs, you're saying that Toyota coming. I don't know if that's even true because I haven't heard of
Toyota and
any.
Honda.
I haven't heard of
And
any companies basically
they
wanting
also
to
just
come here.
they also just cut the red tape on the IP restrictions through emissions. So Toyota and Honda are going to be able to build super efficient or gas efficient vehicles. He also is allowing proprietary power plants to be built for new manufacturing plants, nuclear power. So there's all sorts of new contracts the government's giving out right now for nuclear power plants to power all these new electric power or the EV stations for like the trucking industry. I mean the AI infrastructure.
Won't those be more? Wouldn't it be like more expensive to do it that way?
Yes. But we're not talking about that. So, of the ones that have come, you have the appliances. That was Samsung back in 2018, and that ended up being horrible. Semiconductors, which is a really good one. Another semiconductor from Taiwan, really, really good one. But it started under Trump. Johnson & Johnson, that was a recent Night House. That was an expansion. And then we have a Kentucky plant for GE. And we have a GM Automotive shift from Mexico. And we have AstraZeneca Pharmaceuticals by 2030 for a Virginia facility. So all of these things, you're talking about a flood of shit coming in. It's not that much, dude. I like the fact that we're getting semiconductors and conductors here. I think that's really big for us. But that's not a flood, bud. And most of these things were already in place prior even to the tariffs.
But aren't they good for a different reason than to have them being built for creating jobs? Like I can get back behind the national security reasons, like them having leverage on countries by having important components, for example, for infrastructure, etc. But like normal daily production, I really don't see how this is better to tariff it into America. It's just going to make it more expensive for
Yeah.
jobs that basically nobody really wants anyway.
I mean, even if you look at how the tariffs were put up, it was about any country that had a surplus, or I'm sorry, we had a deficit with, which is abjunctly stupid to make your policies on that.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's basically you're saying, oh, we want to pay more for the shit we want and need. I mean, it's stupid.
It's the reason why you buy it in the first place. It's
Yeah.
because you want it and need it and it's cheap or whatever. It's a reason why it's not built in your own country. But I kind of get, I remember my own prime minister, like obviously he has to think about what he says on public with Trump. But he said he didn't understand because for him it seemed like he was doing two different battles at the same time. And I think he was speaking of the national security threat, which China kind of has become due to this whole China 2025 and them building up like important infrastructure and getting like foothold in the whole world, which is kind of, I would say, it's dangerous.
You know, the Belt and Road Project?
But then they are doing it against Europe, which is their ally, which doesn't make any sense. Like, why wouldn't you trust allies to make components for them and make stuff for them if they make it cheaper? Doesn't
How
make
long
any
is their
sense.
infrastructure going to last? If America, we can't make it last 100.
What?
China is building infrastructure in Africa, right? Trump's
I'm not
trying to
really
end
talking.
wars there.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
How
I'm
did
not only talking
Hitler
about
win
that,
his
but
war? Through infrastructure, right?
Yeah. So what China's
I
doing?
mean,
It's
he
called the Belt.
invaded countries, but yeah.
It's called the Belt and Road Initiative. What China does is they go to countries and they give them really cheap loans, and they let them build airports and ports and things like that with those loans. And if they can't pay the loans back, which 9 out of 10 times they don't give a fuck to pay them back, China takes them. And now China has a foothold of like infrastructure to increase their trade.
They magically own
capacity.
the land now, right?
No,
They
it's the
own
loans.
land.
It's the loan. So the country took a loan from China, right? That's the first step. That loan is used to build ports, airports, roads, all type of infrastructure. When those loans aren't paid back, which they aren't on a giant clip, China takes those assets.
And they're using American dollars. They're loaning American.
They have a digital yuan, and they're using the digital yuan to do this. They don't use China doesn't use American dollars in trade unless they have to, and that's buying shit like that's buying stuff from like oh my god, CSCO is the fucking company. Cisco Systems. You can only use U.S. dollars to buy shit from Cisco Systems. You can only use U.S. dollars to buy like aspects of all these other things. I mean,
they do use dollars to invest, though. Like they invest to put money to get.
Yeah, because they own
money
bonds.
somewhere, right?
Yeah, they could put up like the U.S. bonds they own as
They have
collateral
to
and
because
shit. Yeah,
their own currency isn't that good.
Digital yuan. You should look it up.
China,
It's crazy.
it's good when their currency is devalued, and they're buying up all Americans' debt as fast as they can.
They've kind of put the brake on debt. The number one debt holder and to us now is Japan. China's kind of pumped the brakes on buying U.S. debt.
Oh, mushy.
But Japan understands the business model of buy our bonds or get our bombs more than anyone else.
And Japan knows what they'll get again unless they buy that bond.
Exactly.
But
Have
what
you ever
is there?
seen this?
Can somebody try to explain why he's like creating this trade war with Europe? I don't understand
Because
that.
it favors Russia.
You think is I don't know. Like I know he's like kind of have this bromance with Putin, but it's kind of odd to me. Like I would say, like in terms of like trade and stuff, it seems to be like not that loyal.
All
I
right,
would say, but
which country do you guys think, if you only could pick one? All right, it's a surprise for you guys. Which country do you think the U.S. Should align itself with? You can only pick one for all needs.
Only one country, the United States, should align itself with the United States.
I know that one. What's the next one? One more. You get a +1.
I say Yugoslavia, but that's just
Yeah, they don't even exist.
Exactly. That was why I picked them.
I see.
I would say the thing is, it's that, you know, the way that the world was working prior to this fucking Freedom Day or whatever the hell he did is off the Bretton Woods system. You know, basically, you guys use your currencies, you know, internally, but when you trade, use our fucking fun coupons. You know, and that worked for a very long time. And that's an arbitrage where we make a lot of money as Americans. That arbitrage is going away. People are being pushed to systems like BRICS. That's Brazil, Russia, Iran, and China. That allows you to trade with them, especially through the digital yuan, in your own fucking currency. So, we're building up. We're kicking our allies in the face, and we're running towards our enemies. And I don't understand it. But you know why I say Russia. After Trump's bankruptcies, he gets kicked. Every U.S. bank flags him as a risk, and the only people that gave him money was Deutsche Bank. If you know anything about the banking system, that's where Vladimir Putin's money is.
Deutsche Bank, wasn't that what sparked a
Epstein's
little
bank
bit
too.
of like the 2008 crisis?
Yeah, but it was Epstein's bank too.
I think it was in the movie, in that movie with fucking not Reynolds, but fucking I forgot his name. Doesn't matter.
But yeah, I mean, it's, to me, like I said, after the bankruptcies, and this is why I have this belief about Trump. Trump would rather see America be more like Russia, because in Russia, Trump would have more power. He'd be seen. He'd be more powerful. He'd be more respected. He'd be everything in his mind. You know, he is truly undermining the American system, in my opinion, and he's doing it purposely. Because you asked, what benefits do we get by kicking our allies? It enfranchises our enemies, you know?
Well, that should be. I mean, I'm trying to be like a little bit. It's very simple to just throw the "he's a dictator" card in the face every time he does something. But there should be like a warning sign that he kind of like have this strategy with Putin, which like he's a dictator, but he had no problem calling Zelensky a dictator, but he doesn't want to call Putin a dictator, and he says he's a great man and everything.
He
And
won't
he's a
even
guy
say that Russia started the war.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. To me, that's fucking ridiculous.
How the fuck did it get to be this
I mean,
time?
the only positive thing I can get out of this is that I kind of like showed us cards of having like one strong power in NATO, and we're like relying so much over it. And if that country, like we have had European countries change a little bit, like Hungary becoming a little bit dictatorish. You have like Turkey is a little bit insane. I mean, we would never allow those countries to join NATO today. What happens if, like, a country like United States turn like this? Like, I think the whole NATO would just crumble, and Europe, if you are reliant on it, we become extremely vulnerable, and we see that now.
You're seeing a push in Europe and building up domestic arms and shit. You know.
Yeah, everybody does it. But I
Well,
mean, to be frank, they
that's
have
never
done
been
it.
good. No, prior to 2014 is when Crimea happened, I think. And I think that was like a slight increase of spending across NATO, towards military. But after the second invasion, you had budgets increase of like 20-30% towards defense, like substantial fucking increases, substantial orders for tanks and all this other stuff. And it wasn't to send to Ukraine; it was to protect themselves in case NATO falls.
Yeah, that's the sad part. I think it's that it takes like our own countries to be threatened, and it seemed to be a lot of symbolism around Ukraine. Sadly.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of European leaders rhetorically support them, which is all good and fine, but they don't have like the political will. They don't spend the money that they actually should have.
Well, I don't know how it got to be this time, but I got to go. And it was an awesome conversation. But always remember Rini Zanzini 2028. Have a great day.
Have a great day. No thanks. Who do you think you would share most values with in the world?
Yeah, that's interesting. So it's like I do like Mexico as one, but they don't have any kind of I mean, not that they don't have any kind of assets that we could get from them, but I think we do share a lot with Mexico. But if you could only pick one, I mean, so then we would go to like the UK probably.
You don't have to pick one country, but.
Oh, who do we?
But
The UK.
I was just thinking, if you have some countries in your mind, like you think you share stuff with Europe, like.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's where you would want to go, like the Christian white European countries first. I mean, it seems kind of obvious. If like the European country went and saddled up and said, Africa, people would pretty much like see right through that. Like, nah, you're just trying to take advantage of them. Yeah, so like this, I don't know, this narrative, like, oh, they're Trump or whoever's coupling up with Russia. I don't know. Is that the wrong move? I don't know. Seems like they share a lot of values.
With Russia?
Yeah, I mean, predominantly Christian country.
But they invade. Yeah, I mean, regardless of their religion, they are like at war with Europe.
Yeah, independent. I mean, they want to remain independent in that way. That seems kind of a shared value.
Who wants to be independent?
Russia.
Ukraine? Yeah, they are. They have nukes. They are one of the most independent countries in the whole world.
Right, that's what I'm saying. They seem to like kind of mirror America in that way.
But would you support America in like invading a country on, I would argue, like obviously are false accusations or like just Putin's own ideology, I would say.
Yeah, maybe that's
Um,
part of it. But like, if I don't know, like, so like, we do
like
have
if
Mexico.
yeah, like do you support Bush invasion of Iraq, for example?
No, I mean, I don't really support any invasions.
Yeah.
But like it's like, but it's like a blurry line. Like that's what I was saying about Mexico. We have Mexico. They're like people. People would argue that they're invading America. So should we push back, like in the same way that Putin pushed against Ukraine? Probably not. But there should be some sort of pushback. Yeah, so we're like the soft Russia. Like the thing when that happens with Ukraine and Russia, it's a big fight. But Mexico, they don't. I don't know. Maybe they just don't have the military power or something. But now Mexico is doing it to America. People will get mad if we push back, but we have to do it. Somebody's got to do it.
But you don't think that there is a difference between, for example, America wanting to like implement a democracy in a country than Putin wanting to establish some kind of Warsaw Pact
America,
again?
wait. If you want to have a serious
Are those
conversation,
two comparable,
engage it with the
you
flat
think?
earther. I have an answer for that, Mr. Guy.
Commie.
Okay, go ahead.
America doesn't care about democracies. Why do you think they would care about a democracy?
All right, listen. If you want to have a real
I'm not saying that
conversation,
Putin's
no,
right.
this
Like the
globe
man's
Earth
like a
retard
madman.
over here, and you want to have a real
Well, not a
conversation.
madman. He's more like just a very amoral actor. But America doesn't care about establishing democracies at all.
I'm not saying it's perfect, but I would say it's far better than allowing Russia to have their hands on.
No, I would agree on that. But I was
Yeah.
mostly disagreeing with like the idea that America goes around spreading democracies. America doesn't care about democracy.
Well, I mean, maybe you can make an argument to that, as in they're only instantiating democracy in these countries so that they can use their propaganda machine, the TV, and their glamour and their Hollywood to then manipulate it.
Yeah, I don't mind for example, countries wanting to spread like democracy and trying to I believe in this institution that it's necessary, right? I think it's necessary to have them. But in terms of what Russia is doing, it's not the same thing, right? They want to have influence, but when it fails, I mean, for Ukraine, I think it's a little bit different than many other countries, but they seem to want to establish some kind of greater Russia again. But
Wait.
also,
Are you supposing that America actually cares about spreading democracy?
I think, I mean, look at Europe, right? I think they have a lot of influence in our country without like damaging our democracy in our countries.
Well, what do you mean? Europe also engages in like these activities. Like European nation states have often colluded with America to like overthrow like democratic governments in Africa and South America, like genuinely democratic governments.
I'm not saying it's perfect, but I'm saying like I would rather have like American influence, because when you see Russia when they want to influence, how does that look like? It's not. It's a little bit. I would say it's a little bit different.
No, not at all. America just has better PR. What are you talking about?
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, like, I think. Are you what are you, European?
Yeah.
Are you in a NATO nation state?
Yeah. One of
Are
the
you in the European?
founders. No.
Oh wait, what country are
Are
you?
you wearing glasses?
Yeah.
What
Is there
country are
more
you in?
relevant questions? You could just ask me that from the beginning. I'm from Norway.
Oh, okay, you don't really have anything to worry about, but generally, I would say it would be better for European nation states to separate themselves from American foreign policy. I think a more united Europe requires America not meddling in their politics.
But I think it's different when they do it and when Russia does it.
How is America any different?
Because, for example, I mean, I would say that I would say an example would be when we did. Sorry, how can I use it as an example? For example, the institutions that we are sharing with NATO is the NATO institution. It's a defensive alliance, which is different than anything else than Russia is implying to use or implying to make. They want to have full control as a superstate. But when you had conflicts, sure, they have leverage, but not nearly the same way. For example, when you went into Iraq, most European countries didn't join that, and many European countries even criticized that. I would say if you were a Russian country, you could not do that. I think
Belarus?
if he...
Wait. Belarus hasn't joined the war.
Sure, they have.
They
even used their country to invade from.
Have they
used it as an invasion.
Have they
country to
used their
invade from.
army?
I'm not sure if they have used their army.
Because European nations
specifically.
who were not involved in Iraq, European nations who weren't involved in Iraq, still permitted Americans to use the military bases in their territory to attack Iraq or to supply logistically the American armies in Iraq.
I don't know about that. It could be true or not. I wouldn't support it anyway. But when European countries didn't join it, it was a different take, right? Like, I'm not saying that they had to, but difference I would say is when Russia loses influence over the neighboring country, they tend to want to use military action and quite aggressively to regain control over that country.
We've done the same thing in America.
Have you done it with, for example, I've used this example with countries like with countries like the one we spoke of. Which was that again? For example, the Iraq War. I mean, United States were never going to invade any country if they lost control over it, over their control over their domestic policy making, or their international policy making. Like, for example, many European countries are against United States policies on Israel, for example.
But they didn't do anything about it. Like, it's just a lot of rhetoric, but there's no action. The war in Iraq was completely illegal according to international law. Secondarily, like, America overthrows democracies all the time and replaces them with dictatorships. We support dictatorships like in South Vietnam We supported dictatorships in South America.
I'm sorry. I'm not supporting America like full. Of course, I don't support everything that they have done, especially in the past. They have. I would say they have been. Obviously, they are far worse example in the past, and maybe not that far long time ago. Like I would say, like the last real problem was was with Iraq and probably Libya as well, I guess.
Oh yeah, Libya was a complete disaster, and we shouldn't have involved ourselves in it. Gaddafi was very good for the region, even if he was like antagonistic.
But yes, but regardless of that, I think it's a different process. Like many European countries joined that, and I know that my country at least have said that they did a mistake there, but I would say it would be different the way it would act out in with being like a Russian puppet country. I would say, like for example, now with Ukraine, would you say it's a puppet country to America, even though they kind of get more support?
No.
Yeah. I wouldn't either.
And they definitely leverage our influence, and we've
sure.
Like
that's
my fear
always
for
going to be
Ukraine
like
is
that.
like my fear for Ukraine is that essentially the war is going to end in a stalemate. There's not going to be. I don't really think Ukraine has the ability to regain the territories, or at least most of the territories that was lost to Russia. So it's going to lose a vast amount of its like industrial heartland, raw resources.
But how do you think? But how do you think it would be if Putin got his way with Russia? Like I don't know how much you know of the past, like how much stuff that they have, like how much influence they have tried to gain control, like how much influence they have tried to enforce on them, economically coercion on Ukraine in the past, ending with in a full-scale invasion eventually, obviously, but. This is like why I'm saying it's different. Like it's not only that country. You can look at like Georgia. You can look at Moldova. You can look at many different countries.
Of Putin's Russia.
Right?
I just don't think their actions are in any way special when you compare it to the actions of the United States. They're the same amoral actor.
Yeah, it's. I'm not here to defend. I'm not here to defend. I'm not here to defend Ukraine, United States in their bad actions. But if I had to pick, right, I have to pick. I kind of agree with you on that we should have like our own defense, like Europe. I think at least our Northern Europe has unique geopolitical, how do you say it, problems and situations. I don't think America necessarily is don't have that in mind.
I agree. I just look. I think a united Europe, or at the very least, that's more independent of America's foreign policy. It doesn't have to be yield to like a lot of American diplomatic demands. Like I've heard a lot of like theory crafting that a lot of the European like America's stance on Israel kind of forces Europe to play a diplomatic game, because I think it's pretty obvious at this point that Israel is just like an American client state, and you guys are being forced to side with them no matter what.
I don't think European countries are siding with them necessarily. Like,
I mean,
for example,
like even France with like its recent stuff, like still provides weapons and arms to Israel.
I'm not sure about my countries. I'm not sure of France's. I know there are some European countries who support Israel, like Germany, for example, and stuff like that. But you have many countries that have gone in opposition with the United States. My own country included. I'm happily. I don't have to. At least I don't have to say my own country is a hypocrite on these things. But like they have like signed denunciation. Like it's not a resolution. I'm not sure what you call it. Maybe it's a resolution. It's called. But they signed a paper with Iran and with like countries that are like, we are not like really aligning ourselves with at all, like morally on most things, but especially on this case we are, and it's against, obviously it's against United States, and there were many European countries who signed it. And I think this is like a difference of being under influence from Russia, I would say. Because that's not the type of influence Russia would want. I don't think they would want that soft control that much. I know that they want, United States wants soft control, right? But I don't think Russia would allow to have that soft control over over the country they wish to have influence over. And if it happened, I think they will do military action, and they have done many times.
Well, I don't think you
Well,
guys. I don't think you guys have any military, what's the term? Like Europe as a whole, like the European nations in NATO, have no genuine military threat from Russia.
Not a full-scale invasion, no.
Oh, like sure.
Hybrid warfare, yes, they are already doing it a lot.
But you guys have like no, like I don't think you have like a genuine threat from Russia that can like overthrow your governments. I mean, Hungary is there.
They are not military, not like Crimea shit, no. But they are trying to influence our democracies. They have like spies and shit who does stuff here. They also do a lot of like social engineering and stuff like that.
Yeah, but so does every country, right? Like.
Yes, but not every country. I would say not all countries does that. Some countries actually do.
I'm talking like major powers. I should correct myself. Like major powers, like
the
United
I don't
States
think
definitely does this to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I know for a fact at least that Russia has from top down state influence over my own country. They are trying to do it, right? I don't think America does it, at least to the same extent. Not nearly.
No, it definitely does. We do this all over the globe.
You think so? How are you doing it here, you think?
Radio Free Europe was a good example. We have a lot of journalists who tend to also like agree no matter what on American issues. A lot of like right-wing think tanks support the United States, especially like neoliberal ones, stuff like that.
What about them? But do you think that's from that state's control, like Trump controlling them?
Kind of, sort of. It's a hybrid.
Yeah, I don't think it's the same thing. Like with Russia, it's different. I think he has a lot more control than what. I mean, have you ever seen? We know he has taken full control over most state media in their country. I don't. It's not the same in America. They at least have free press. They at least have.
Like, we have free press, and like, it's not that free. Like, most like major media groups in the United States have some kind of relationship with, like the parties.
You have a tech oligarchy. Yes, it's turning into that, but you don't have. Sorry. Sorry. Yes, you have tech oligarchy, but I think it's not comparable to what's going on in Russia.
Oh yeah,
like gradually.
Definitely more. Like, definitely has like genuine like state media. Yeah.
Yes, they have like TASS is like state run. Like there's no doubt about it, right?
But like I don't think America's press is completely free of state influence. Is what I'm saying.
Oh, I mean, obviously not, but it's not. I don't think it's not like in America where like the fucking president can replace a leader. But I would say it has like had its problem now.
We kind of did.
You had like
wait,
the 60 Minutes leader left, I think.
that's exactly what I was going to bring up because Trump used his influence and
yeah,
essentially made a deal. Like there's like a big idea that because that media group wanted to have like a merger with another large group and it was kind of at risk legally, he threatened to axe it unless they like
yeah. I know about it. Like I know he wrote a letter and told why he left the position, and he said he didn't feel like he could do journalism anymore. So what happened?
I guess I should explain where I'm coming from. I'm a communist, so I don't really trust the American government.
Yeah,
Nor do I like
don't
Putin.
misunderstand me. Like I don't trust them either, but like it's a little bit like I understand the realism of the situation we're in, and we kind of have to pick a side. And right now, I mean, Russia is very aggressive. I know you're saying we shouldn't worry, but I actually am worried because we hear a lot of we like there was like a fucking recent thing happening here, and it's insane, right? It's almost like from a I couldn't even believe it happened here. It was basically a tiny party, it was barely non-existent, like nobody would even have heard of it, except that they managed to pay for a pretty extensive commercial plastered all over the Capitol, which said something along the line of stop wasting money on Ukraine, spend it on our own country instead. Guess who supported that? A Russian fucking guy. A Russian guy. Not pure Russian, but he's like a Russian/Norwegian. We know he had connections with the Russian intelligence. He has been like in the court and everything over this. So it's like we cannot prove, like obviously we can't prove what happened in we cannot prove what was being said, but when he had connection with the FSB, it's a huge red flag for us. It should be. In the past, we maybe say we should look at him. Right now, I think we should say, watch out for this guy, right? He's fucking, he has like, we cannot trust him. And still, he has operations in Russia and he has operations here. And he happened to fund shit that wants to, he's like not a billionaire, but like he has a billionaire. I think he has a billionaire actually. He has a lot of money, so he supported them. And it's like it's hard to prove this stuff.
He's suspected to be one of the richest men in the world, if that's who you're talking about.
Who?
Is that who you're like? Because he's suspected to be a billionaire.
Yes, he probably have assets and shit stuff right now. But like he can just, I guess he could just take it if he wanted to anyway. But I mean, so this is what I'm saying. Like we should be wary about their influence. I don't think it's like we shouldn't like put our guards down. We have in the past. We have actually allowed a lot of collaboration. We'd still get shit from the rest of the world for actually for allowing Russian fishery to happen on our soil, because we have it's international sea, and we can't really like regulating that would like put another threshold on and we kind of allow their ships to our port if there's some stuff happening. Like we don't want to like I mean, we don't want to kill innocent fishermen if they just want to fix their ship and they want to tank. But at the same time, we get shit for allowing them to go to our ports. And it's like, what can we do? I'm not sure how we're going to solve this stuff. But we know that they also like, whenever cables are cut, we have like suspecting fucking ships sailing over our cables back and forth, and we can't prove it because then you have to arrest a Russian ship in international sea, which we don't have jurisdiction over. What the hell can we do? I mean, we have been very nice to Russia, but they abuse fucking every single leniency we give to them. They abuse it. I mean, I don't trust them at all. Like they are so
I
fucking
wouldn't
shady.
I wouldn't trust them at all either.
Yeah, I know what they do. I know how they do it, and it's known what they do. Like it's not like hidden. So this is like why I'm saying they are actually a threat. And I'm not worried that they're gonna roll tanks in a country. That's not what I'm worried over. I'm worried about all the other things that they can do. Like America has toppled governments without putting a single military in their country many times. Russia can do the same. They don't have to roll in with tanks. I'm not worried about that. Especially now with social media and shit like that. Definitely, I would say there is a difference in like potential, if I want to use those words. It's a very difference in potential of what they can actually do. And I think they have reached like propaganda. Russian propaganda has also been very effective. Like to do this, I made a channel in a server once, and I get people in who like are discussing. I want to discuss like Ukraine stuff. And there's a lot of Americans who support the stuff that they think that like they have like an anti-American government stuff, but at the same time they kind of hold the position that because America bad, that means that they obviously are involved in Ukraine, and they just automatically hold that position without any substantiation.
America was definitely involved in Ukraine.
I don't think they were before 2014. No.
I don't know.
That
I think
was the
America had a
situation.
lot of hands all over Europe.
You say it automatically, right? But the fact is, we know
Well, here's the thing.
100% Russia was involved, right?
I genuinely want the American government to collapse. I'm a communist. I don't.
I know, but at the same time, with the Ukraine stuff, we know that Russia was involved.
Yeah, I know Russia was involved.
But people speculate that America might have been involved, and they get the blame for it, even though we know Russia.
Well,
did it.
no. Like, okay, let me.
So the narrative is Americans
let me just
use
restate my position. I know Russia was involved. I wouldn't be surprised if America was involved.
That you can say, but at the same time, people used it as an argument. Like, for example, like we know that, for example, Russia did economical pressure and stuff. They fucking blocked trade and everything. They did sanctions, not illegal, but they did sanctions and shit like that. They did a lot of the shit. And you know what people say America? You know
America
what people say America did?
My main thing is that like.
Yeah, sorry.
Is that America does the exact same tactics all over.
Yes, but they don't do it every time. But just because America, like, are we gonna say if some stuff happens in like fucking South Africa, we're gonna say Russia does shit, so they were probably involved? That never happens. But for some reason, it happens with America. I'm not saying that they sure has their hands in shit, but probably not in this stuff.
Why not?
Because there is no evidence of it at all.
I mean, it would make perfect sense. He would attack one of Russia's like aligned nations and replace it with a friendly government. I wouldn't see why he wouldn't do that.
Yeah, but this was after. I'm talking leading up to it, right? I'm talking the replacement of the president, what people call a coup. People call it an illegal coup, and they say America was involved in that stuff.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised is the thing, is that America does this shit all the time.
Yes, but I mean, do you hear? Sorry, do you hear what is being said here? I mean, if
Yeah,
this
yeah,
is like,
sure. Like, no
yeah,
proof,
this
but
is like, this is like, just the fact that America exists in the world, they are somehow to blame for every single thing that happens. If Russia is in, which if it's like something, it's happening to, which is negative to Russia, you can automatically blame United States, and you don't even have to have evidence. And that's the propaganda Russia is spinning. They don't even have to present any evidence. The idea is
well,
there.
no,
It's
here's
enough.
the thing, is that, like, I don't have any reason to doubt it. I don't. I don't at all. America
But you
involves
know
itself
Russia
all
is
around the
lying.
world.
So Russia say this. Russia is lying, and they say this.
Secondarily, I'm fine with spreading misinformation like that.
But then you're like kind of like supporting. You're it's by doing that you're kind of legitimizing Russia's reasons to invade, because this was their worry.
No,
That this didn't.
because
Yes.
here's the thing. I want America's influence in the world to collapse. I want to cause as many problems as possible. However, the Ukrainian people are victims of Russian imperialism, and they should do whatever they need to throw them off.
Yes, but you're at the same time you're saying that I think that at the same time you're saying that you think that America should how do I say it? At the same time you're saying that America was somehow involved in it, because if they were, then there is like some kind of justification for Russia's involvement in it, right?
So there's plenty of internal justification for Russia's invasion.
But that's the one that's being used, and that's when you're supporting it.
No.
Which is not true. It's a country that involved themselves in that, and it was Russia.
Oh no, I'm saying that
might
there's
be.
like completely pragmatic reasons for Russia to do this. They have a genuine internal threat. No, external threat.
What do you mean?
I don't know, if Mexico suddenly became very pro-Chinese, right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't, or they were just hostile. I wouldn't be surprised if America used the same justifications to invade Mexico.
But this wasn't about them. It was really about EU shit. EU, and this is what you're saying, right? Now I know what you're saying. You're saying this is about NATO.
Yeah. No, I just don't think Russia wants to lose its influence. I mean, not letting them join NATO is like a nice side bonus.
Yes, but that wasn't that wasn't why they were. That wasn't why they were. Sorry, that was why they were. Oh shit! Sorry, I lost the game. That wasn't why they wanted to impeach the president. That happened domestically. There was like pissed off Ukrainians because the current president seemed like a Russian puppet, which was kind of true. He buckled under Russian pressure, and we know the Russian pressure. We know it's ridiculous to even say it, because it was in the news. It was everywhere. Like it was like factual stuff happening that Russia pressured Ukraine to change their stance on
I
EU
entirely
stuff.
agree. I entirely agree.
So where is America's involvement in this?
Maybe organizing or assisting protesters, funding. Maybe.
You're saying maybe, but do they have to do?
No, I know it's a maybe. I can't.
They have
I can't
to organize this.
I haven't talked about this in years, but
Yeah, but was
I
there
just
any
wouldn't be
reason
surprised.
why they would have to organize it if Russia did this anyway? Wouldn't you be pissed if Russia did this to America? Do you need another country to tell you to protest against Russia if they did this to you?
I wouldn't be opposed at all. I think that would cause chaos in the United States. People would, the American government would be intensely pressured, and there would be a lot less stability in the United States. I'm perfectly fine with that.
Yeah, but like I'm saying, like, do you think it's necessary for America to involve themselves in that protest for it to be legitimate?
No.
Like, is it fake?
No, it's not fake.
No. Okay, so why do you think America has anything to do with it? This wasn't even necessary. Russia did it anyway.
Tipping the odds. I don't know. Like, I just like again.
Yeah,
like,
but you see how this is
I
like.
wouldn't have, like, I don't have a problem with foreign countries involving themselves in mine because I think it would lead to the collapse of the United States. I don't want there to be an America. I want there to be
No, but this
something
has
new.
nothing to do with America. This is the thing.
What? No.
Sure, they
that's
took
the
a
whole
side
thing.
eventually, but this would never have happened if Russia didn't do what they did. Like if Russia laid off their hand.
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay. So
This is
what does
entirely
America have to do? What does America have to do with this?
Perhaps I thought they needed to tip the scales.
But
I
this
know it's a
wasn't
maybe.
even this.
I know it's a
Yeah.
maybe. It's just I'm not going to be surprised if America was involved. Is what I'm saying. In some way, even if it was just a little. We're the global hegemon. We're still the only superpower in the world, even though our influence is thankfully degrading.
I agree, but there is another superpower. There is Russia, and they also do it.
Russia isn't a superpower.
And they kind of are to some countries.
No,
To non-NATO countries, they are.
They're a regional power. They haven't been a superpower since the USSR fell. They're just a regional player.
I mean, they do have a lot of potential pressure, right? Like they're not like I understand they're not as big as America, right? But they do have pressure regionally, yes, sure. And what was I going to say? Sorry, I forgot what I was going to say. They are a power, right? Maybe not a superpower. Maybe that's the wrong statement to use. But they certainly are a medium power, I would say. They have they have.
I would accept maybe like calling them a great power. But I think most people that consider them just like regional players. Like they have some influence in the Middle East and in some places in Africa. But they're not a superpower. They can't.
And they also play, and they also I would say argue they win a lot by playing dirty. They don't follow like they have like fucking mercenary the rogue. You could say military was very effective at disrupting other countries, and they kind of listen to Putin, but they're kind of like self-sufficient in a way, and they're very very effective in a sense. Like you had
America does the same. We have the same thing. Like corporations with the blessing of the United States have overthrown sovereign governments.
Maybe we have probably done the same shit. Yeah, we have probably paid. I know we have paid resistance groups and give them the weapons and train them. Which is kind of the same thing. Yeah, I guess so.
No, not even just like resistance groups, just like outright mercenaries. Like America, very famous. Like, do you know where the term banana republic comes from?
Yeah.
Like America does shit like that all the time in Latin America.
Yeah.
Like.
But I still don't get over the fact. Like I don't understand. Like I hear you're like involving America in Ukraine. But I don't understand why you're doing it, because it wasn't like I understand that this is like Russia is using that as an excuse, but because it's the propaganda, you know, which is sometimes it can be true. It can be true, but it's not true in Ukraine, right?
I don't know.
Well, they
I'm just
say
saying
it,
I
but
would
why
not
do
be
you? But if you, huh?
I just wouldn't be surprised if America was involved.
Okay. But would you be surprised if Russia was involved?
No.
Okay. So
They
you
have
know
every
Russia
reason to
was
do.
involved, right?
Yes, I know.
But you're not sure that United States was involved.
No, I'm not sure. Yeah.
Okay. So I would say that I understand that you should be skeptical, but at the same time, I would say if something happened, like if America did the same thing to Russia, it would be equally bad. And if I were to play that card, like, sure, Russia did something bad just because, just because they did something, maybe. I would say that it's not, I don't think it's like effective because then I would be playing their game. Because by using that as an argument in Ukraine, you're playing Putin's card in a sense. Because I think you can support Ukraine, but you should also like acknowledge like that in this case we know that Russia, if I would say if it was any truth to it, I would say Russia probably would know it, and they would present the evidence because they would never go this far in the war without releasing that, because they would royally fucked up there. The only thing that they have presented was a phone call by a diplomat after the 2014, where she said like something along the line of, "It would be nice if this was the president that was picked," or something like that. Which was, by the way, just a temporary president until there was a real election after this anyway. They said Poroshenko, I don't know exactly who she said, but anyway, they picked Poroshenko, and he was there for like half a year, and then there was a re-election. But we know what Russia did. But Russia, this is like, it's a little bit unfair because like the arguments being made is like United States. When I hear people say that they know that the United States was involved, and I asked them for the evidence, and all they have is this phone call, and I said, okay, but you know that, but they never say that Russia was involved. They never say it because they have a disdain towards the American government. It's
I
very
mean,
easy
everyone
for.
should have disdain for the American government. Everyone should have disdain for the Russian
Yes,
government.
I have
agree.
too. I have too. But I also know that Putin is doing this propaganda warfare like a maniac, obviously. So we should be careful of. There is like facts on the internet about what happened at the time, and it's like Russia's hand all over it, and nobody even mentioned it. They don't even say it. It's like this would never have happened if Russia didn't do this stuff, and and this is why I'm saying social media plays a part in this, and it's a reason why people know more about the tiny part that the United States maybe had in it, but nobody knows anything about what Putin did because we lost the fucking propaganda war. And I'm not saying you should listen to this because it's the United States version. I'm saying you should listen to this because it's recorded in history. It was recorded before this even was like a Russia America stuff. It happened so fast. Nobody even knew like which side was which at the time. Like it was a fucking revolution almost at the time. But it was recorded before this happened. Everything that Russia did to Ukraine. And nowhere does it say that America did anything. They were not involved in any of this. but you can listen to like flat earthers or who hate America, and they spread this they spread this like anti-American stuff, which is true for many things, but not this case. They are spreading Russian propaganda.
One second.
Sorry, I have to go.